over here.
This is Houston. Say again, please.
Yes, Houston, we've had a problem.
Okay, stand by, 13. We're looking at it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, Fredo, this is maneuver pad monitor PC plus 2 hours, all NA until you get to noun 61, latitude minus 2165, minus 16500, 11635. 36292, 142, 3922. Over.
Monitor plane change plus 2, down 81, minus 2165.
Control, how's your high bit rate data looking?
Minus
real good, flight.
16500.
Okay. How about you, Telemio?
11635.
Looks good, flight.
36292. 142, 3922.
Raj, that was starting with noun 61, and that's correct. By the way, Aquarius, we see the results now from 12 seismometer. Looks like your booster just hit the moon and it's rocking it a little bit. Over.
Well, at least something worked on this flight.
And I just want to verify one thing.
Yeah,
We could, go ahead.
I'm sure glad we didn't have a limb impact, too.
Right. Just wanted to verify, we had poor reception when I was talking to you before. I wanted to verify that you understand that the sun check you made earlier in the AOT was good, and that's what we're writing on. Anything we told you in the past about looking at the sun in the front left window or looking at stars like Nunki through the AOT, why we want to forget.
Roger, understand, Vance. I think Nookie would be kind of hard to see anyway with the moon right here.
Right.
And Van, we plan to start powering up at 7812. Is that a good time, or do you think we ought to hold off a little bit longer?
I think that's a good time, Capcom. That'll give them a comfortable timeline to get ready for this burn.
Jim, we think that's very good.
Right.
Telemio from flight.
Tell me.
Once you get into the checklist configuration, what do you expect your main bus current to be?
I'll go up another 10 amps.
You expect it to be running about 38 amps?
38, 40.
Flight open, Flight.
Go, Flight.
I think Bill Tyndall's got a good item here. It might be worthwhile to pass up to the crew. I think we ought to identify to the crew that the burn we're setting up for is not really time critical. You could afford to delay it or slip TIG. How far do you think you could slip TIG?
Let me talk to Retroflight. I'll be right back with you. If push came to shove, I think we'd rather delay the maneuver like an hour than keep slipping TIG, but we'll talk about it.
If we're talking like a couple of minutes, I don't think it should bother us.
I don't think so either, Flight. I'll get right back to you.
Okay.
Flight final.
Apollo 13, Houston, or Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead.
Fred, after the burn, we'll get the power down instructions or checklist changes to you. At the same time, we'd like to get a consumable status to you. All that I'll say right now is that we think you look in reasonably good shape.
Okay, very good.
Flight final.
Got the inverter turned on, Flight.
We're on page 3, Flight.
Roger. Page 3. All flight controllers, we're in page 3 activation.
Go ahead.
Okay, one caution and warning light here, Sean. It didn't call out as a preempt, I suppose, because
That's all right,
we don't
Mike,
have
that's
the
good.
active
Okay.
breaker in yet.
That's okay, Capcom.
Okay, that's okay.
procedures for flight.
Go flight.
In the upper RTA, put my entry interface time. I want to start looking at that one from now on.
Roger.
Control, or guidance from flight. Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Roger. When during this activation checklist do we want to collapse dead bend down to 1.4 degrees?
Oh, just prior to the maneuver. Why don't you ask Control when he would like to do it?
Control from flight.
Using his RCS.
Yeah, we'd like to probably see it a good time frame before it flight. Let's say 20 minutes or so. 15 to 20 minutes. Make sure he gets it in.
Okay. Now, guidance, is he going to have to go through this Verb 49 again here?
Well, he need to do. Yeah, he should do that.
Now he'll get a 5018 when he calls
he
P40. When he guidance.
No, he can just go through P40.
Okay, but he won't be doing that until about 6 minutes. So what you want to do is collapse dead bend down prior to the time he goes into P40. And then go through the 5018.
Right.
Tell you what, guidance and control, I'm going to be back to you on that.
Flight from Control.
Go ahead.
Looks like we're going to be done with this thing pretty soon, so we can probably do it about 15 minutes before TIG, if he doesn't call P40 until in the timeline here.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be well ahead the timeline there and get into P40. I bet he's into P40 around T-minus 20 minutes, 30 minutes.
Yeah, if he waits till 6 minutes, we'll be in good shape.
Okay.
Houston, are you planning to give us a slippage update?
That's a firm flight.
Roger. Yeah, we're ready whenever they get to the step on the activation where they bring up their S-band. Looks like they got the power amplifier up now. Enco, give me a configuration for commanding to the LGC.
That's affirmative.
That's the one we used before?
Yes, but he's almost there. All we need is update a link.
circuit breaker closed on panel 11. And he'll be there.
That's affirmed, Jim. All we need
Range
is
function to range if he's not already there.
breaker closed on panel 11 and Poo and accept, and we can ship it up to you. Poo and data.
Flight dummy.
Tell him you.
Yeah, it looks like they made it through page 5 there.
Okay. Flight procedures. No procedures.
Roger, we're configured for command.
Okay. Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, Brian. Okay,
Roger.
transfer data and Poo.
We don't have any data, Brian.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Roger, they're configured for you.
We don't have any TM data.
Inco, you got a problem?
Negative flight, data's live, high bit rate.
Is LGC static though?
I can't tell.
Looks like I got an asterisk in my column there.
Flight network, we show LGC static coming into the building.
Okay, let's run it down, men.
Roger, fine.
We got it, flight.
LGC data flight. Okay.
Wait,
Okay, guidance, you're cleared to start uplinking.
Roger, we're going.
Flight Inco.
Go ahead.
We need the range function switched to range.
Capcom, would you verify range function switch to range, please?
Corey, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, request verify ranging function switches in ranging. We need that if it's not there now.
You got it, Vance.
Thank you.
We're doing page 12, Mike.
Raj. Okay, all flight controllers, we're in page 12 of the activation.
Just did page 13 also, flight, the body axis align.
Okay.
Flight guidance, we're clear with that plane.
Roger, Capcom, the computer's his.
Chorus Houston, computer's yours.
Flight Fido.
Go, Fido.
There'll be no necessary pad now except the one I already have. We won't have to update.
Okay, good. Except the one the crew's already got, right?
Right.
Okay.
We ran a mid-course based on our post-AOS tracking data, and it looks real good, Flight.
Roger.
Right on the money.
Flight retro.
Go ahead, Retro.
Okay, as a matter of interest, I've checked the LGC clock. It's good, within about 5 centiseconds of the ground.
Okay.
Only open item or remaining thing that hasn't been done is the DAP weight, onboard DAP weight update.
Okay, they'll be doing that in the checklist.
Okay.
Flight guidance.
Go ahead, guidance.
He just widened his deadband, or narrowed his deadband, I mean.
Okay. Is it correct?
Right.
That's the Vert 21901?
That's fine.
Okay.
Flight Inco.
Go and go.
If everybody's still with a high bit rate, since he's a minimum deadband, we can turn the power amp off again. And go to down voice back up a little bit rate.
Let's see what other functions we got. How many amps is that going to save me?
That's
About 3?
3.4.
Gee, it would seem the next thing he's going to be doing, Enco, is go through his P30, P40 targeting there, and it'd probably be good to watch him as he goes through it here. Guidance, do you have any feel for that? Would you like to watch him go through P30 and P40?
Roger.
Let's keep it up, Enco.
Roger, flight.
He's in 30.
Aquarius Houston, did you call?
Page 16, flight.
Roger.
We didn't call Houston.
Okay. Aquarius Houston, over.
Houston, are you calling Aquarius?
Retro from Flight, have you seen them load the
Right.
Doppler
I'd
chip?
like to
Affirmative,
confirm
flight.
there, Lotus, that you're
Okay.
getting drinking water out of, potable water out of the command module. And if you can make any estimates of how much you use as time goes on and how much you have used, we'd appreciate it for our consumables
Flight,
analysis.
were you calling? Control?
Negative.
Okay. Okay, Jack tried the procedure, and out of that pressure, we got 10 drinks made. That's roughly 80 ounces.
Okay, Fred, we had a little static on that one, but I think you said 80 ounces of water's been used out of the CM. Is that right?
Yeah, Jack worked the procedure and filled as many of the drinks as he could, and he made up 10 bags, approximately 8 ounces a bag.
Okay, we copy that. Flight Capcom, did everybody that needs water information copy it?
I assume they did, Capcom. Guidance from Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
As soon as you've seen all that you want to see on P40, I'd like to knock our power down by about 3 amps and go back a little bit
got
late
it
for a
right
while.
now.
Okay.
He's maneuvering to attitude now, flight.
Roger. Let me know when you get there and stable and you're happy control, and I think I'll knock our power back by about 3 amps.
Okay, we gotta get that dead man collapsed here.
Yeah,
He's a little early.
guidance said he had collapsed it, and I saw his verb 21 now 01.
Okay, I missed it.
He did it way early, Flight.
Roger.
flight bottom.
Bottom?
We could, based on our studies here, slip the maneuver at least 15 minutes and probably more.
Okay.
We're certainly not critical.
Roger. Guidance from flight.
Go ahead.
If we had the slip TIG time, how would we do it? Say 5 minutes or so.
Stand by. Flight guidance.
Go ahead, guidance.
Do not proceed on the flashing 99.
Okay. Okay, and then when you want to burn, what do? Proceed?
Proceed.
Okay. AFD from flight. You want to take it for a minute?
Roger that, flight.
Where are you, Houston?
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, just a bit of information. If for any reason you had to slip TIG, why people here feel it wouldn't do much harm if you slipped it up to 30 minutes. The procedure, of course, as you know, is just not to pro on the flashing 99, and we thought you'd like to be aware that the TIG time isn't all that critical.
Roger, understand.
Procedures in flight.
Go ahead, Mike.
You ought to move those analog displays off there and put up channel 5 if you don't have anything better to put up. On the right-hand ida-4.
Yeah, Roger. Flight, but we have made an agreement that would stay up for about an hour after impact. Pre-mission.
Who wants it?
Okay, Vance Aquarius.
Go, Fred.
Okay, I think it's finally coming through to us there, what you just said a little while ago. Were you suggesting that we move the TIG up 30 minutes?
No, not at all. We're just giving you excess information. Just saying if you had any problem at all, it could be slipped.
Oh, okay, flipped 30 minutes. Okay, that's better.
Right. You guys are pretty fast, though.
Yeah, it kind of surprised us.
I guess that's what happens when you cut a lot out of a checklist.
Yeah. Yeah, we've taken about 1,000 pictures in between steps there, too.
GNC and tell them you from flight.
GNC.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Control and tell them you from flight.
Go ahead.
Tell me.
Raj, just to give you my feelings here, I'd say within about 5 minutes after the burn, I'm going to come around to you for a final status check on all the systems, and immediately thereafter I'm going to start powering down. Fido and guidance from flight? Go. I assume you monitored that. I'd say within about 5 minutes after cutoff on the burn, I'll come around for a status check among all the flight controllers, and then we'll move into the power down checklist.
Roger. Roger, flight.
Capcom, I assume you got them.
I have a power down checklist, and Charlie Duke and I are going to run through it here shortly.
Okay.
Okay, Houston Aquarius, radio check.
Loud and clear, Fred.
Okay, I had a change in the background noise. Just wondered if you're still there.
Right.
Flight Fido.
Go Fido.
On this power down sequence you're talking about, does that mean the S-band too?
They're going to have a capability, I believe, to provide you ranging. I understand this has been coordinated between you and INCO and Telemu.
Ranging or Doppler?
Excuse me, Doppler.
Okay, and that would be for at least 2 hours.
Yeah, I think the power down checklist will give you Doppler all the way.
Great. No problem at all.
Is that correct, INCO?
That's affirmative, flight.
Okay.
Range function will not be enabled, but we'll have Doppler.
Roger. Span from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Bill, I'd like one final verification from you guys that free drift is an acceptable attitude control after the burn.
Okay, we'll check it out. Come back to you.
We've sent that over, Flight. We'll get some answer back ASAP.
Okay, well, we've heard that and been reported it several times, but that's my intention.
Roger, that's the same answer we've gotten.
Control from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Meet me in AFD conference briefly.
Right.
Guidance from flight.
Go flight.
Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Meet me in AFD conference briefly.
Roger.
Flight proceeds as we're writing a checkpoint.
Roger. Okay, everybody, we're coming up at about 30 minutes to burn time. Let's keep the chatter down a bit, please. Tell him you from flight.
Tell me.
Meet me in AFD conference, please.
Roger.
Tell him you from flight.
Tell me.
Is your water consumption corresponding to the electrical power loads we're drawing now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay, all flight controllers, you might spend about the next 20 minutes reviewing all of the data, all of the procedures we've given to the crew, the pad data, the ground rules we've discussed. I'll be coming around to you at about TIG minus 10 minutes for a final go-no-go for the burn. So that'll give you about 20 minutes to go over all the data we've given them and also to look at all of our TM data. Guidance from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
The moon and the LPD at TIG. That is that TIG, right?
Stand by.
That's
Affirmative.
Okay.
That's TIG.
Flight Fighter.
Go Fido.
That time would actually be about 2 seconds after TIG.
Okay, that's good enough.
No problem, though.
Flight telling you.
Go tell Neil.
Yeah, one note of interest on our power down mode. It's going to be cheaper power-wise to watch all the data on TM than it is to leave up the onboard displays, and that's why we chose the way we went.
Roger, copy. He's got the EPS and ECS displays, and that's all right.
I think we're going to pull those, too.
Okay, before we do that, I'd like to talk a bit more about it.
Okay.
Apollo 13, Houston.
Houston, Aquarius. Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Aquarius, we have some new information regarding what you should see out the commander's window at TIG. Over.
Okay, go ahead.
According to calculations, you should see the moon. It'll be a full moon. You should see most of the disk. And it should be somewhere on your vertical LPD line, probably at about 14 on the LPD scale. Over. Roughly centered on 14.
Okay, Houston, I concur. I'm looking at 14 on the LPD, and the angle is just about centered. It's to south of Tritium, but it's the line is just slightly to north of center.
That's right, Flight. His yaw angle is a little different.
Okay.
Okay, Jim, that sounds very good. We see that you have a slight yaw angle, so it should be north of center.
I can even see Mount Maryland from here.
Flight span.
Go span.
They disagree with free drift after the burn.
Flight fighter.
Okay, all flight controllers, we're 15 minutes from the burn. I'll be coming around the horn to you in 5 minutes for your go-no-go for the burn. Control from flight.
Good, flight.
Roger. I assume you heard that report in from the span relative to passive thermal control. They do not concur in the free drift. So we'll be setting up normal PTC with the LMs spacecraft, damp out our rates, and then establish our roll rate, and then kill our thrusters. So you might get together with FAO. They're working on a procedure in the simulator right now, and they'll have that procedure for us.
Yeah, we've got a procedure already, flight, that we can talk to you about when we get some time.
Okay. span from Flight. Go ahead, Flight. You got AFD conference back there?
Yes, we do.
Come up on, will you? All flight controllers, I'm coming around the horn. Go for the burn. Retro?
Go, Fly.
Fido?
Go.
Guidance?
Go.
Control?
Go.
Telemune?
Go.
GNC? Econ? Surgeon?
Go.
Enco?
Go, Flight.
AFD? Go. FAO? Raj. Capcom or go for the burn?
Roger.
Okay, all flight controllers, let's watch his final switch configurations on activation 16, 17, and 18.
Corey, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, you are go for the burn. Go for the burn.
Roger, understand. Go for the burn.
Control, is he in burn attitude now?
That's affirmative, flight.
Okay. How's he looking, Guidance?
Looking good, flight.
How about you, Control?
Looking good, flight.
Tell me, are you happy?
We're happy.
Okay. Guidance, you still happy?
Roger, flight.
Control, you happy with the DAP configuration?
We need a verb 65 in a few minutes, flight.
Okay.
Get to it right now, I think.
Say again, Guidance?
He hadn't done his ag stuff yet.
Okay. Should be coming up pretty soon.
Roger.
Looks like he's doing it now.
He's done it now.
Roger.
Okay, Aquarius, 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go on the mark. Mark. Or that was standby.
What was that, Mark?
Standby. That was incorrect. 3 minutes. Counting down to 3 minutes, and I'll give you a mark, and I'll take into consideration 2 seconds. Mark.
Guidance is on board. TIG looks okay, doesn't it?
Yes.
Raj, Capcom, we're happy with his onboard TIG.
We need a verb 65, flight.
What do you want that for, Control?
That's been inhibit the UV jet flight.
Right.
Bottom page 17.
Bottom of page 17.
We also need the propellant quantity monitor on.
Okay, well, he's coming up there. He's just slightly behind. If you don't see it by 1 minute and 30 seconds, let me know, Control.
Roger.
You happy now, Control?
We got it, Flight. Very good.
How about propellant quantity monitor descent 1? Did you get it?
Roger. We only got one reading on it now, Flight.
Okay. You happy?
We're good.
Okay. Tell me how you looking.
We're okay.
Raj, guidance, how you doing?
It's done everything but 470 read in the eggs.
When's he due for that?
A couple of minutes ago. It's his option, though, if you don't want to look at it.
Okay.
One minute.
Roger.
Guidance, how you looking?
It's looking good.
Raj, how about you, Control?
You good, Flight.
Okay, Ptolemy.
Looking good.
Raj, I'll stand by for all of your reports during the burn.
Dips arm.
Raj.
Average G on.
Raj.
Plus X.
Raj.
We have ignition.
Raj.
40%.
Raj, 40%.
Houston copies.
Is it stable, Control?
Looks good now, Flight. Spread
Raj.
it out. FTP.
Raj, FTP. Still stable? How you looking, Control?
Looking good, Flight.
How about you, guidance?
It's looking good.
Raj, Capcom, looking good here.
Whereas Houston, you're looking good.
Right.
Roger.
Be advised, Flight. He backed the throttle up manually to 100%.
Raj, good thinking. How you doing, guidance?
It's looking good.
Control?
Looking good, Flight.
Telling you?
Looking good.
Raj.
This is looking good, Flight.
Raj, dips.
Whereas you were looking good at 2 minutes. Still looking good.
2 minutes, Roger.
looking guidance?
It's looking good.
Control?
Looking good, fine.
Telemute.
Good.
Roger.
Chris, you go with 3 minutes.
Quiet, Roger.
She has peak flights coming in.
Raj. Are you looking guidance?
It's looking good.
Control?
Looking real good, fine.
Telemute.
Okay.
Okay, flight might remind them to descent reg 1 off at 10 seconds.
Capcom, reminder, descent
Don't
reg
forget
1 off.
Descent reg 1 off, 10 seconds to go.
Shut down.
Roger, shut
Engine
down.
off.
Raj, engine off. Okay, all flight controllers, let's watch them go through the securing of the system. We got engine arm off. Got control.
Second flight.
Is the engine disarmed?
Disarm flight.
Are you reading 1640, Houston?
Roger, 5.
Roger, we're reading it.
We'll proceed. There's our residuals.
Looks good.
Roger, very small.
Flight guidance, we go.
Raj, you are
Burn
go.
for us.
Okay, Telemute, let's watch
Go
them
ahead.
secure from the burn.
I say that was a good burn.
Roger, now we want to power down as soon as possible.
Raj, we will, Capcom.
Raj, understand.
Telemute from flight.
Tell me.
I'd like to start powering down all the functions with the exception of those necessary for establishment of this passive thermal control.
Okay.
Houston, Aquarius.
Go ahead.
Suggest maybe if you just read off the circuit breakers you wanted to power down as you did yesterday for us.
Okay, we have a procedure ready to send up to you here in about 2 minutes. Let us know when you're all ready to take it.
Flight FAO.
Go FAO.
Well, the PTC procedure with explanations will be ready in about 10.
Okay. Capcom.
Okay, is it going to be better to write this on a blank page, Vance, or can we use some portion of the power down, let's say, in a contingency book that already exists?
Stand by one.
Capcom, why don't you advise the crew that it's our recommendation that we try to establish some kind of passive thermal control. We've got a procedure that'll be up to them in about 7 to 10 minutes. Okay, in the meantime, let's see if we can get some of our communications functions off. Why don't you identify those functions where I can pull the circuit breakers now to start powering down and just leave those functions necessary for PTC. Guidance, or Fido from flight.
Go flight.
Corey, it's Houston.
I assume you had tracking through the burn, and you've got tracking now, right?
That's a firm flight.
Go ahead.
Slight delay here, Jim.
Can't
It'll
give
be
you
a couple
a hack
minutes
on it yet,
before
but-
we read that up to you. And we're looking at the contingency checklist, power down. And that's on page 5.
Flight retro. Go retro.
To go with the small residuals, the LGC clocked the burn to within a little over a tenth of a second long.
Right.
Vance, would you say that page number again, page 5, doesn't make sense?
Okay, make that power 5 in the contingency checklist, Fred. And it's the
That's better.
middle part of the page. It starts emergency power down, and we'll mark that up.
Okay, on to power 5, emergency power down.
Okay, but hold off on it because we might have to start PTC up again here, and that's the point that's being resolved right at the moment. So stand by.
Okay.
Control from flight.
Red flight.
Have you gotten together with the flight dynamics guys to establish the attitude you want to use for the initialization of the PTC?
Negative flight. We don't have the angles yet. Yeah. Flight from control.
Go control.
Once we get the angles, we just pass them up and have them do a verb 49, a crew-defined maneuver.
Okay.
Flight Fido.
Go Fido.
Our initial residuals are very small flight.
Okay.
Looks like we got a real good burn. Flight Fighter.
Flight FAO.
Go FAO.
The attitude that we've looked at is the normal PTC attitude for transverse coast, and for the LM that would be a 90-degree pitch, and they can pick the yaw angle that they're at now. That's the LM pilot yaw angle.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, we're ready to give you the procedure, which will power you down a good bit. And after the PTC is going, maybe we can give you further information. If you're ready to copy, starting in the middle of the page, power 5.
Okay, go ahead, man.
Okay. After number 1, first line, cross out and VHF-A. Second line, cross out simplex operation. Third line, cross out prime. That refers to prime power amp off. That prime should actually be replaced by off. And that's the second prime in that line. Also in the third line, the last word off should be crossed out and replaced by PCM. Fourth line is okay. Fifth line, which is VHF voice, on, comma, off, comma, off.
Flight income.
Cross out.
Go and go.
On the power amp, we want to leave the switch in prime and turn the power amp off by pulling the breaker.
Floods, which is the next line.
What are you talking about? Are you talking about some deviation from the checklist that LMU's given me before?
What he's reading up right now, he said turn the power amp switch from prime to off. I'd like to leave it in prime.
Will you please
and pull the
get
breaker.
together with LMU and have him make that correction, please?
Roger. Remains the same, no change for the moment. Standby. Skip step 2. Do not do it. Just go on to step 3, which is configure circuit breakers per the chart. That takes us to page power 6. Why don't you give me a read back on what you had on power 5, Fredo?
Okay, on power 5, emergency power down. Item 1. First line, I scratched and VHF-A. Second line, simplex operation. Third line, I replaced the second prime, which is the power amp, with an off. And the last word in that line is off, replaced it with PCM. Fourth line is okay. Fifth line, I scratched the whole line. Lighting, we haven't needed floods yet, so we'll just leave them off. Exterior lighting off. Scratch line 2, and I'm now on power 6, waiting for your update on the...
Flight retro. Go retro. Off the confirm maneuver, it says it's plus 24 hours, meaning 104 hours GET. We need about 1 delta V, mid-course.
Okay.
That's 1 foot per second.
Okay, power 6 refers to panel 11. You should go per the chart with the exception of those breakers that I call out. First line is okay. Or let's say first row. Second row, quad 4 TCA closed. Quad 3 TCA closed. Quad 2 TCA closed. And Quad 1 TCA closed. The rest of that row is okay. Row 3, about halfway over, ATCA pings closed. Okay, rest of that line is okay. Fourth line, Eater, stand by.
Does stay closed.
Okay, that line is all okay, with the exception of the last 3 circuit breakers, Fred, under pings, which is LGC Disky, IMU standby, IMU operate. Those 3 should be closed, at least for the time being. And finally, the 5th line, it's okay as is. And would you give me a read back on that?
Okay, I disagree on the 5th line. It appears we ought to have the ascent ECA control open.
Okay, we'll check into that
we
one.
Can open it.
And while we're listening to the rest of your readout.
Okay, and top row is correct as is. Second row, we want the quad TCAs 1 through 4 closed. On the third row, we want the ATCA pings closed. Fourth row, we want the pings, LGC, Disky, IMU standby, IMU operate, all closed. And you're saying the bottom row as is.
Okay, we'll go along with what you said on the ascent ECA control. That should be open.
Okay, continue, Ben.
Okay. Next page, power 7, panel 16. First row. Close the 4 quad TCA circuit breakers. That is Quad 1 TCA, Quad 2, Quad 3, and Quad 4 TCA. Okay, rows 2, 3, and 4 are okay.
Okay, panel 16, top row. We want to close quad 1 through 4 TCA breakers. And you're saying the other 3 rows are as is. Again, I have the exception. The ascent ECA control on 16 should also be open.
I concur.
We concur in that, Capcom.
Okay, we concur on that, and we have a late arrival in row 3. Stand by. Okay, Fred, one addition, third row, the S-band power amp. Request that you pull that circuit breaker and leave the switch in primary.
Okay, yeah, that's the way we were doing it before. I'll pull the power amp CB, and then I'll go back to the first page and put the power amp to prime.
That's correct. That should be changed back to prime. And that's it.
Didn't work, Ben.
Thank you.
Reset. Off and low. Okay, lighting plus off, exterior lighting's off. Okay, Okay, you want to get your breakers, Jim? We ought to probably go back to that wide deadband.
Okay, the bus tire burners are coming off the line.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. I'll put the switch off. It'll kill caution warning.
Control and guidance from flight, have you read these PTC procedures here? This flight plan update?
That's affirmative, Flight. I agree, and it's got one difference in what I told you before. This says to do a manual maneuver in the Verb 76 minimum impulse. They claim that in the simulator they use less propellant doing it this way, and the maneuver is a pretty simple one, and I have no objections to this.
Okay.
And we can also inform the crew they don't need to go back to the 5-degree deadband, because this procedure is based on the 1.4-degree deadband.
Raj, tell them to hold their 1.4-degree deadband, and we have the PTC procedure they're giving you. Vance.
Pull the auto transfer this time. Why should I have the VHF receiver on?
You don't, do you?
Yeah. Let's give him a call, panel 11.
Okay, Vance, I don't know if you read me now, hot mic?
Raj, loud and clear, Fred.
Hey, Jim, just noticed we got a VHF breaker in on panel 11 still. I think that probably should be open.
I concur. That's part of that power down that we had already marked here.
Did you copy that, Vance?
That's affirmative. Pull the VHF-A receiver.
Okay. Pull it, Jim.
I got it already. Okay, now, why are we putting the cabin fan on? Oh, yeah, okay.
Tell them you from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
What I'd like to do would be to get together with you about 10 minutes from now, while they're setting up this PTC and going through all that work, come up with a good consumable status for these guys, so that we've got it at about 81:15 or so by the time they finish their eat period and prior to the time they go to sleep, so we can give them a full briefing on everything we see.
Cross-time plus circuit breaker in. This one right here.
It's all right. Because that man is open. I'll look up with that cost in a minute. Vance Aquarius.
Raj, go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, if we manage the first 30 hours or so here without the caution and warning, We don't need to keep it up now, do we?
Flight dummy.
Go tell him you.
Yeah, that caution warning is part of what we were talking about a while ago.
Okay, Fred, that's one that we're leaving
Well,
up until...
that was the one open
PTC
item, and that was whether we leave their ECS and EPS functions up. And I assume that you left CWE on,
pretty well, and I'll read that.
and you have pulled their instrumentation power to their onboard gauges and ECS and EPS, right?
Okay.
That's what we're going to do.
I'll get the PTC procedure.
We were going to leave it on.
You borrow the photo log, and I'll just get that.
One other question, Houston, you really want to pull the ASA breaker? You want to give up the eggs probably for good now, huh?
That's affirmative, Flight. That's affirmative.
Say again, Dick, I wasn't listening.
We wanted to pull that circuit breaker.
Which one was that?
ASA.
And Houston, I'm standing by to copy the PTC procedure.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get back with you on your question in a minute, Fred. Now, here comes the PTC procedure. Step 1, guidance control to pings. 2, mode control at hold. Verb 76, enter. Maneuver to PTC attitude. And that, incidentally, is roll 0, pitch 90, and present yaw. We realize you can't monitor that on your FDAI, but you can on a verb with a verb 16, noun 20. With me?
Raj, guidance control pings, mode control at home, verb 76 enter. Maneuver to PTC attitude, which is roll 0, pitch 90, and yaw, which is the present yaw. Is that correct?
That's correct. Okay, next. When you're established at the attitude, mode control auto. Key in verb 16, noun 20 to monitor rates. When less than 0.1 degree a second, rate in each axis, then disable plus X thrusters. Okay, next, verb 25, noun 07, enter. Capcom go.
Hi, it's Dave Scott.
1257, enter.
This is John Young.
Hi, John Young. Hey, listen, I'm over at Maryland.
252,
and,
enter.
She was sort of wondering, and I was too, when is the
One
mid-course
enter.
be? Do you know yet?
After 24 hours, it's a foot a second.
1 foot per
Verb
second after
70,
24 hours?
enter.
Yeah, but you know how that it will then that's
Verb
just the first
48,
hack.
Yeah.
It will then probably go up or go down or go away to nothing for all I
Put
know.
in the DAP
Yeah, gee, that's pretty teensy, isn't it?
That is absolutely
22110
Fantastic.
and
So they're not even
proceed.
planning one, huh?
Sounds to me like they're in the Carter already.
Huh. Okay, so they don't have a fixed time for
Verb
doing one.
34,
then,
enter.
No, they don't.
huh? How about that?
You can do it with a command module RCS.
How about that?
Then
Gee,
verb
that's pretty good there,
16,
limb machine,
noun
isn't it?
20.
You betcha.
Hey, well, everything is in good shape
And
over here.
monitor rate.
Nice job you guys did over there.
Oh, I'll tell you, those guys did the nice job.
Yeah, that's
On
great.
rates less than
Very good.
0.01
Okay.
Doc tips burnt
degrees
are
per
okay,
second
Dave, babe.
in all
Hey, damn
axes.
good, huh?
Yeah.
That's all right.
I didn't think we'd ever do one of those.
I wish we hadn't, but I'm glad it works.
Verb
Yeah.
76, enter.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yes, sir.
Get some sleep.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Mode control at hold. Then 30 clicks of right yaw to start the maneuver. Over.
Okay, advanced PTC procedure, guidance control ping, mode control at home. Verb 76 enter. Maneuver to PTC attitude. Roll 0. Pitch 90, yaw 0. My ball now, of course, is inoperative, so we'll have to get that on the disk sheet. The 5 is mode control auto. 6, verb 16 knot 20, monitor rates. Rates less than 1 degree per second in each axis. Disable, and I didn't hear that last part. The next one was verb 25 907 enter. 1257 enter. 252 enter. 1 enter. Verb 77 enter. Verb 48 enter. 22110. Proceed. Verb 34 enter. Verb 16 20 enter. Monitor rates. Rates less than 0.01 degrees per second in all axes. Verb 76 enter. Mode control at home bend. 30 clicks of right yaw to start maneuver.
Raj, that's correct, Jim. To answer your questions and to correct one point, yaw should be your present yaw, whatever it is. And that's up with roll 0, pitch 90, present yaw. The other thing is, you said disable and you didn't hear the rest. That's disable plus X thrusters. And finally, near the end, the 22110 referred to DAP loading.
Roger. Now maneuver to PTC out of roll 0, pitch 90. And yaw 0. Pitch is here.
Flight from control.
Yaw, whatever yaw I have in.
Flight from control.
Okay, man, so that initial maneuver to PTC attitude, I'm going to have to use the display 1620, and I'll have to use the PTCA to get there.
Negative. We wanted to go minimum impulse to do that.
Control flight, are you saying you want to go to, you make a comment on the checklist?
Standby flight. We got FAO. Hey, baby, he just said he wanted to do this thing with the yaw maneuvers.
Say again?
He's saying he wanted to do this with yaw maneuvers, with the translation jets. You wanted to do it minimum impulse,
Roger,
right?
you're using
Yes.
TTCA, and
Min impulse,
just a
FAO?
reminder that
It's cheaper
in maneuvering
RCS-wise.
that roll
That's the way
is
to
an
get the least
in
RCS
yaws
usage.
in R1.
Copy, Vance.
That's a firm, and I'm going to take out roll first to get it 0, then I'm going to take care of pitch.
Okay.
On the loop, control.
Okay, that's going to be pretty expensive in fuel flight. If he uses the PTCA, we could probably do it with an auto maneuver and be as efficient.
I can't decide if you and FAO are agreeing with one another, are you or not?
Yes, we're agreeing. We agreed on the procedure as written.
Okay.
On how to
And
get the
what are the
impulse.
Okay, would you tell Vance the thing that you want to change with him?
We would like to do it in minimum impulse, as per the procedure that's written, to make sure we do not have an excessive amount of gas usage.
Okay, what did he say he was going to do it in?
TTC.
We want to do it in min impulse, Bryce, what he said, and I didn't copy what he read back.
Okay, guidance control ping.
One other point.
Control at home.
Well, they're not agreeing it's okay, Charlie. They're saying that it's going to use a lot of RCS to do that. They want to use min impulse. Control and FAO want to use min impulse based on the simulator data.
Okay. We've got to get that up. Get Julian to stop moving.
Flight from control.
Go control.
I believe he made one other mistake. He said 1 degree rather than 1/10 of a degree on step
6.
on step 6.
Okay, what we'll do is we come up on the time on all of these things in both step
6 and step 11.
6 and step 11. We'll sit there and we'll give him a go to proceed on to step 7 and to proceed on to step 12.
You know what the plus X thrusters are? Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure you knew. I got them over here.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Okay, a couple of things, Jim. One is that you can use the TTCAs to maneuver, but you're going to save a lot of fuel if you'd try minimum impulse. So that might be a better recommendation. The other thing is we'd like to give you a go before you disable the plus X thrusters and before you do a Verb 76 and mode control to add hold. Over.
Flight from control.
Okay, understand. You want to go before I mean, of course, I just hit it 76, and the mode control isn't at home at this time, but this is later on now.
Flight from control.
Yeah, all we wanted to do was take a look at things before you disable the plus X thrusters and before you go to min impulse at the end there, that Verb 76 enter mode control at hold.
Flight from control.
Roger, understand, and I'm maneuvering my roll now to 0.
Roger.
Okay, all flight controllers, looks like we've sorted ourselves out. Tell you how you're looking from a standpoint of your system configuration so far.
We're right where we want to be, flight. We're running about 25 amps average.
Okay. And control, how's the DIPS engine and the RCS looking to you?
Okay, it's looking good, flight. We've got 64% in System A, 62% in System B, RCS System B. We've got 1190 foot per second in the dips.
Okay. I'll come back to you on all the consumables later on when we get ready to give the crew the update prior to the start of their sleep period. Why don't you watch them start into this PTC here?
Yeah, I've got one other comment.
Go ahead.
It sounds like when you said plus X thrusters, he was going to isolate the thrusters. You might informed him that the verb 25 now, or the verb
what fashion did you
25 now 7 was
want
going to isolate his
disable
plus X pressure point.
Right.
Just pull in those appropriate
We'll add that
PCA
note
breakers,
in
or did you want
when we give them the go
mask
to disable their plus S flux. Boy, I can't talk. When we tell him to proceed with step 7, we'll really say
Okay,
that you
Fred,
accomplished that by your verb 25
we didn't
noun
explain
07.
that. The verb 25 noun 07 enter sequence does that.
Okay, I didn't read the whole procedure. Jim just mentioned he wanted to disable plus X. That's it. Okay.
Control, let me know when he's in PTC attitude here.
Roger.
And, Vance, are you still trying to give me an answer on that pull-in an ASA breaker?
That's affirmative. You can pull it. Pull it.
That's affirmed, Fred. This word here is pull it.
Okay. Didn't get much work out of the eggs this time.
Tell him you from flight.
Tell me.
Looks like the only open item we got in this power down checklist that may have been cleared up while I was talking about PTC was what kind of instrumentation we leave on for the crew.
Okay, we're going to leave caution and warning on for the crew flight.
Okay, that has been nailed down.
Yeah, and
Has it been passed up to the crew, do you know?
they've got caution warning still on, and in our final power down list, we're going to leave it on, so it'll be passed up in that manner.
Going slightly.
Flight, tell me.
Go tell him you.
Yeah, there's only one question about the master alarm. If there's only the one guy that's going to be awake, if he's the only guy wearing a headset, we can leave the master alarm plugged in. It doesn't cost us anything until the thing goes off, and which is well worthwhile.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Have you gone through everything you've seen so far, and do you see anything that could give an unnecessary MCNW any time during the night here?
No.
How about with all these heaters off and all that jazz? You don't expect you're going to see any MCNWs there?
Don't think so.
Oh, I'll tell you what. Why don't you get your backroom guys to work on that one, Bill? Because I want you watching the power down here, out here, and let them work on that problem.
Okay.
just a little bit?
Time is it 9:30?
Yeah.
I got up to what, about 10?
Flight from control.
Go control.
He hasn't begun to go to his attitude yet.
We still in narrow deadbands?
It appears that way, yes.
Capcom from flight. Joe, why don't you just tell him that we're standing by for his maneuver to PTC altitude. Okay. He may be gone mid-impulse. You sure you're not seeing anything? Control?
He hasn't seen the roll move hardly at all yet, flight.
Okay, he should be staying at his current yaw. You see anything in pitch?
Very little in pitch, flight, but it's hard to say if that's just drift or not.
Okay. Fido from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Roger. Bill, how long before you think you're going to have a good idea as to how well that burn went?
Flight, I'd say first 2 hours of this tracking data, as well as I think we can turn the maneuver, are really going to pull it in for us.
First about, what you're saying is about an hour and a half from now then.
Roger, flight. Right before we go off shift, I hope they
Okay,
have an answer
good.
for you.
What's different than before? Hard to do P-37s at a LM. Hard to do a P-37 at a LM.
Well, you can see where the almost is going to land. There's Ptolemaios, Alphonse. There's Echo.
Yeah, you can barely see the corner there.
Quiet, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, just some info. We're working up a procedure for you to use to use command module LIOH canisters to connect to your hoses, the outlet hoses in the LEM, so that as time passes in the mission, you can continue scrubbing the LEM atmosphere. And this whole thing requires modifying a kit so that you can attach the hose, or modifying a LIOH canister so you can attach the hose to it. So sometime in the future we'll be coming up to you with that procedure. Second point is we're standing by to watch your maneuver for the PTC procedure.
Okay, I'm in process now, Vance, of maneuvering to 0 yaw, 90 degrees pitch, using them impulse.
Okay.
And Vance, I assume
It had also been thought up that we got 2 extra secondary cartridges, one on each flip.
Roger.
Control, you see them moving into attitude yet?
And they're going real slow flight if they are. Well, we might get a readout from them if they're trying it. Pitch is gradually getting up and the roll's going in the wrong direction.
We could send you a kit, and it'd be kind of like putting a model airplane together or something.
I suspect it's just drift though.
It turns out this contraption will look like a mailbox when you get it all put together.
What are we making out of, man?
One canister with a plastic roof.
Procedures.
Just for information, Houston, during just prior to going around the moon, we saw a lot of debris that was floating by us, including some one rather large piece looked like a wrapping off of a line of some sort that still was with us.
Roger, copy, Jim.
Even after our pre-return mid-course yesterday.
Okay, we copy that.
No matter what I do, I can't stop that. Roll either way won't do it. I don't see any way around it, Steve. Sure doesn't seem to be doing much, does it? Oh, no doubt. I don't know. What if they try that in the simulator? I can't seem to get roll to go up. What's going on on me?
Control for flight.
That sounds like he's trying flight.
Yeah, I know. You've been monitoring that conversation?
Yes. He's trying to get the roll out and he's going in the wrong direction.
Yeah, but he said he's tried it both ways. I'm just wondering if we're getting enough of a vent off of the evaporator, the sublimator, to overpower the min impulse. Do you see anything wrong in the DAP that might account for it, Control?
Negative, flight. We have no data.
Yeah, but you had, prior to the time we started this, did you see anything?
No, it looked good, flight. You might check on him and make sure he has nice thrusters. I doubt if he has. He's gotten ahead of himself. I think we've got two choices here, flight. Either do the thing automatically, do an automatic maneuver, or do the thing with the translation jets.
Which is the cheapest?
That's what we're finding out right now.
Okay.
One class.
I don't know what caused it.
Flight FAO.
Go FAO.
Hey, it seems that roll angle keeps getting larger, and that in a simulator, TTPA is cheaper than auto and setting the thing up. is more expensive than pings min impulses. But pings min impulse works in this LMS.
Apparently it isn't working now.
But he ought to try TTCA before he goes to an auto. It's cheaper. And he becomes a little more adept at handling that TTCA controlling attitude with all of his maneuvering.
Capcom, why don't we see if we can get some evaluation of his problem or what he's observing up there. You might advise him we don't have high bit rate telemetry, so we can't see DAP or any of the DSKY or any of that jazz. Tell him we're looking at low bit rate and all we can see are the attitudes. And see if we can get some indication as to what his problem is in setting up the PTC. Control, I assume you're monitoring here. Control from flight.
Go ahead.
Raj, can you show me the RCS profile? What channel is it on?
564 should be up. Roger. We've got 62% now, flight.
You really think that P-52 is going to take that much gas?
Go ahead.
We've
estimated
data
13% on an auto maneuver and then looking
right
for the
now.
stars flight. I think
How
it's
does
a little
look like
in excess.
This procedure is going to work out so far as getting an attitude set up, the first part of the procedure.
Let's use the TTCA flight and get it over there.
Well, Bears, I've been trying to use minimum impulse only attitude control to get my roll and yaw, the roll and pitch rather. But with the attitude control only in this configuration, I can't command the roll the way I want to. So I had to go to the TTCA to get my roll to build up towards zero. It was going decreasing towards 270. I really don't know what the combination is with the attitude control if you can get the control to pitch and roll the way you want to.
What we'd like him to do, flight, is take the roll out first if he
You've got to
can.
use the TTCA.
Roger, copy.
Use the TTCA flight.
Try to take the roll out first,
Right.
flight, with the TTCA.
You want to remove the roll with the TTCA.
Pitch and roll going towards the designated amounts, passing through 23 degrees and pitch. And I'm going up past 321 degrees at roll. And I'm letting them go that direction. When I get near 90 and pitch and 0 and roll, I will go into auto and damp the rates.
You concur in that?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Flight from control.
Go control.
One hint here you might give him is that if he just ignores his pitch and yaw for the time being and just concentrate on roll, being roll to zero, forgetting about pitch and yaw, would sure help himself, I think.
Okay. What you're saying is ignore pitch and yaw and concentrate and roll, right?
Right. That's the one that's cross-coupled the worst.
Okay.
He's having problems there.
We've got to rig up
Copy there, Capcom.
method of using those lithium hydroxide canisters.
That's what they're suggesting to get this thing set up due to the fact that we've got the majority of our cross-coupling in roll, to ignore pitch and yaw axis and get roll settled at, and then go back. Do you have any preference then? You're going to take yaw, whatever you get when you establish your attitude.
We'll go to pitch.
So really, don't worry about the pitch or yaw. Get roll where we want it. Then establish your pitch attitude, and then you're in a position to start your procedure, right? Okay. And we'll take the yaw we get.
I've copied that CO2 trip.
Corey Houston, say again.
CO2.
Tell me about the PCO2, Telenil.
CO2 value was getting high. We had a tip PCS light and a blinking component light.
Okay, copy.
Okay, I copied that flight. We're reading 6.7. The thing's supposed to trip at 7.6. Looks like it tripped a little early, but that's all right.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Can anybody predict what the CO2 levels, PCO2 is going to be at the end of the sleep period here? I guess the question is, what can we get some prediction on that, Surgeon?
Yeah, we can try to run it out, but that's going to be what, 8 hours?
That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, it's going to be excessively high by that time. We figure we got about 4 hours by extending it to 15 millimeters of mercury pressure.
Okay, but we couldn't work it. Well, my question is going to be this: couldn't we switch over to secondary and then come back to your primary at the end of the sleep period?
Affirmative.
Because I'm just really wondering, if these guys have been working pretty hard, probably it'd be good to not have guys moving around cockpit switching
affirmative, Gene, because they're going to run, for them to go through the entire sleep period, they're going to have a fresh canister.
Okay.
That one won't carry them that far.
Okay, we got that, and stand by one.
Okay.
Surgeon, you've got to stand by.
Not much.
Surgeon from flight. Capcom, tell them we'll be back on that particular one. We're still going to follow the PTC stuff.
Have you rig up the CO2 rig they're talking about?
Full flight.
Houston, over.
Calling flight again.
We got a long ways to go. Go ahead.
Hey, Jim, we're going to have to get back with you in a couple of minutes on whether or not we switch over at this time to your...
Span and Surgeon from flight. What I'd like to do, I'd like to switch into our secondary canister for the sleep period here.
In setting up this PTC, if you...
Take us through the sleep period, and that'll give you some time to think as to what level you want to go to on the secondary. Span, go ahead. You want to switch back to the primary. Go ahead.
Pitch when roll is established, and sort of take...
Span, did you monitor that?
Oh, I didn't, Gee, I'm sorry.
Okay, Bill. What I'd like to do is get these guys through the sleep period. Their CO2 is running about 7.8 now. They're estimating we probably got about another 4 hours before we'd have to switch canisters. What I suggest we do is, as we go into the sleep period here, switch to secondary. And then make our decision tomorrow as to whether we want to stay in secondary and to what level, or if we want to switch to the primary and go back up to 15 millimeters.
Secondary's only good for 6 hours.
The only other suggestion is...
Secondary is good for 6 hours at a sleeping metabolic rate.
So, I think so.
Once they get rolled down, I don't think it'd be too bad.
Not much.
Okay, I'll tell you what. Tell me, will you and Surgeon and Span get together?
Flight?
Calling flight Sigurd.
Flight, Surgeon.
Go.
You've got one crewman that's awake and on comm watch, right?
That's affirmative.
He can.
I'll tell you what. Let me solve the PTC problem, and you guys figure out what you want to do in CO2. Go ahead, Dick.
Okay, let's get the yaw out of it. Since he's tried this other maneuver, let's go ahead and make yaw 0. We know he can do it if he gets yaw 0 first. If he gets yaw 0, then we can get the roll and the pitch out as he wishes. With the yaw angle in there, it's got all this cross coupling he's having problems with. He said he's tried to get the roll out and he can't do it. So get the yaw to 0.
How much gas we using?
We haven't hardly used anything right now, maybe 1% so far.
Okay, now you're suggesting what now? A while ago it was we had to get roll out because of cross coupling. Now it's yaw.
He said he tried that. I thought that would be the quickest way to do it. He said he's tried it, he can't seem to do it. If he gets yaw to 0, now he's just got pitch and roll. Okay?
Okay.
So have him go ahead and just yaw the thing around until he gets yaw equal to 0, and then he can take pitch and roll as he desires.
That's yaw equal to 0 on the noun 20
right.
register?
Right. He's closest to 0 right now. He's at 299 in yaw. He's going to have to do the 60-degree yaw maneuver.
Okay, yaw, then roll.
Give it a try.
Pitch.
After he gets yaw to 0, doesn't make which order he goes, pitch or roll.
You want to get yaw 0.
Corey, it's Houston.
And then pitch, what is it, 90?
Pitch 90 and then yaw and roll.
Okay, Jim, since the first recommendation on how to maneuver PTC didn't work out, we have another one. And you might try this. Put yaw at 0, then start on the roll and the pitch after that. Yeah, I do now. Go ahead.
Okay, you might just tell me what sort of material you had in mind to build this mailbox out of, and Jack and I will go to work on trying to construct that thing. I assume we'll use the space-age baling wire or the gray tape.
That's a firm. We have a lengthy procedure here, but in short, you use plastic as a covering for the whole thing. You put some kind of a stiffener at the top so the plastic doesn't suck against the LIOH entrance side. You need gray tape to stick the whole thing together, and you need something like a sock to put in the bottom so that the outlet side is plugged up. As it turns out, the flow is rather U-shaped through the cartridge, Fred. If you plug up the bottom, it comes in one side of the top and goes out the other.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Let us go get a cartridge, and with this in hand, I'll...
Control for flight.
Okay, he's getting the roll up there now, flight, slowly but surely. Or the yaw, rather.
Let me tell you this. If this does not work, our procedure is going to be as follows. Orient the Z-axis in general direction of the sun, i.e. make the spacecraft X-axis normal to the sun.
In general, those are the materials.
Okay, and then I want to establish a relatively low roll rate, and we'll live with what we got.
Cartridge arrangement.
Okay.
Okay.
Flight, we told you this was a long procedure. It took a while.
And to answer your question about PTC, man, it's rather difficult to get jaws still.
Flight income.
By the way, so what I'm doing,
Go ahead, go.
Forward Omni may improve it here.
Roger, Capcom, let's try forward Omni.
working towards zero. So it's just going to take some time to get there, that's all.
Roger, quite a bit of noise now. Understand you're still having a problem getting there with the PTC.
He's looking better now. He's got the pitch up there pretty good.
Getting there slowly.
Raj.
Okay.
Enco, did we get an Omni switch?
Negative.
Which one do you want forward?
That's affirmative, Ron.
Capcom, let's try forward Omni.
Aquarius Houston, let's try forward Omni.
Flight Inco, the crew didn't hear that last call.
You still want to try forward Omni, right?
That's affirmative.
Okay. Control, how you looking?
Real good, Flighty.
Okay.
Okay, flight, Surgeon.
Go ahead, Surgeon.
You want to entertain our proposal on that lithium hydroxide canister?
Raj, Span from Flight, you monitoring this?
Go ahead, Flight.
Okay, I just want to make sure that the people back there who worked out the lithium hydroxide plan are monitoring now what we're discussing with Surgeon. Go ahead, Surgeon.
Go ahead.
Okay, Gene, the way we see it is there's...
Okay, I switched to forward Omni now.
There's no problem.
Okay.
Go ahead, Surgeon.
The way we see it, and tell me who agrees with this, that there's no problem with running the primary lithium hydroxide can to 15 millimeters CO2 pressure.
Okay.
We will have one crewman that will be on comm watch anyway, and when he gets to this level, a simple word to him to switch canisters, switch to the secondary, can be done without any interference of the other crewman.
Okay.
It's a simple hand
What's
switch.
the build-up rate? What rate do you expect when you approach the 15 millimeter level?
I expect it from this point until we hit about 15 millimeters, it's going to be about 3 hours.
Okay, but at the time you get to 15 millimeters, what's the rise rate? I.e., what I'm leading towards?
Starts high, then fast.
Okay, what I'm after is we may not be communicating with this guy throughout the entire period. He's going to be in a PTC, or it's probably going to be difficult for the crew to be switching on these, so we may not be able to get him at the right time you want to talk to him, plus or minus maybe 15, 20 minutes conceivably. That's going to be okay from your standpoint? Okay. We'll go with the 15 millimeters.
Okay, Gene. One thing.
Go ahead.
We need that biomed switch on so that we have a backup sensor.
Okay, pardon? Enco from Flight?
Flight Enco.
What's going to be the effect of bringing the biomed data up?
We lose about 2 to 3 dB on our downlink signal strength margin.
Okay, is that going to make any significant difference to us?
Yeah, we'll lose some data that we're getting now.
Now, are you expecting such things as high bit error rates in your data, or are you expecting that you're going to totally drop out data for longer periods of time? In other words, give me the
our low bit rate threshold changes when we turn the biomed on by 2 to 3 dB, and we'll lose everything, not just dropouts. We'll lose the whole data stream earlier than we ordinarily would have without the biomed.
Earlier in reference to what? Our attitude
as he drifts out in attitude, we'll lose the whole data stream earlier.
How much earlier?
Depends on how he drifts. That's a variable. It's difficult to say.
Control from Flight.
Good, Flight.
How much longer do you think it's going to be before we get an attitude here?
I'd say 15 minutes.
Okay, and then we've got another about 15 to 20 minutes to damp rates and another 15 minutes after that. So we're talking about the best part of about an hour before we're through with setting up the PTC.
That's what it looks like.
Flight span.
Go span.
They all concur with going to the primary to 15 millimeters and then having it changed.
Okay, I'm going to talk with Jim McDivitt out here.
Flight
Go ahead, tell him you.
Yeah, we'll give you try to give you about a 30-minute warning on the approaching 15 millimeters.
Okay.
I think that should take care of any flip-flop you've got on this.
Okay.
I hope.
Everything.
Control for flight.
Go ahead, Blaine.
I'm expecting to get a recommendation from Span shortly that's going to say something like this from a standpoint of PTC. We're going to orient the x-axis.
He's almost there, Flight. He's
You're
only
almost
got
there.
10 degrees in roll and about 18 degrees in yaw.
Okay, well, it depends upon which recommendation gets here first. Okay?
We're already in the north this time.
Enco from flight.
Flight income.
Have you and the surgeon been able to come to some conclusion on the biomed data?
Roll to zero. Just roll to zero. I'm going to put it in that hole. Then I'm going to take out yaw. Leaving 50
Stand by,
minutes.
Flight.
Okay.
Sounds good, Blaine.
Okay.
No appreciable usage yet.
Okay. We're still using power, though. That's usage. Tell me, how much further below this level are we going to be able to get when we power down? About, what, 8 amps?
Well, you think we can go down to about 14
You got to
amps.
think about
Okay.
when we have to start changing that canister. Huh? What is it right now?
Nothing. No, we're not reading anything.
Well, that's the one they wanted you to leave in. It's in. That's how it triggers the... Okay, Jack, I gotta push it on this thing to stop it.
You monitoring air control?
That's affirmative, Flight.
Okay, is he stable in attitude now?
No, he's out in pitch now. He's got to come back down and pitch a little bit. He's slowing it down now for the roll. He's right there at roll now. He gets it nulled out and then nulls his pitch. He's in good shape.
I just turned the man's alarm back on. Now that it's on steady, I'll leave it on. I can't understand why I get a power. Oh, I know. That's light.
They're in roll now, flight. Hopefully he's got it null.
Okay.
No, he's overshooting a little bit, but he's not coming back a little bit.
You're saying you got pitch and roll squared away now?
He's coming down and rolls. He's pitch now, flight. He's got rolled steadied out pretty well. Now he's coming down and pitch.
How far are we away in pitch?
Routine 28 degrees.
Flight income.
It's going, go.
Regarding the biomet, I'm willing to try it, and if we lose too much low bit rate data, according to LMU and controls requirements, we can always go back on board to the no biomet configuration.
Okay, is this going to interfere with our voice?
No.
Okay, looks like we can always back out of that one. I think it's worth a try then.
Flight for control.
Go control.
He's got the roll null, but he seems to be increasing his pitch. I might ask him to get that pitch down 9 degrees.
Is he going away from it now?
It appears that way.
Capcom, we show him with his roll null, but he seems to be moving out in pitch. Why don't you just advise him on that? I'm sure he sees it.
All right, can I hold off on that till we see if we get something from span here? Because
however you do it, you're going to have to orient your pitch. Pilot pitch, which is your x-axis, I assume. Normal to the sun. So that's the only one we need to use the span recommendation. In other words, you got to have your x-axis normal to the sun.
Looks like he's pulsing in the wrong direction, Mike.
okay. Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, it looks pretty good, except that the pitch is going out in the wrong direction now. Over.
I concur. What I'm trying to do is get roll to zero, and I'm trying to bring yaw into zero. And as soon as I get those two pretty well matched up, then I'm going to take the pitch and try to pitch it down.
Okay. Okie doke.
Telling you from flight.
Tell me.
I'm going to assume that the crew stays at this power level for the next 30 minutes to get this PTC established, then goes down to your recommended checklist configuration. Make those assumptions. Tell me how much power I've used, what I've got remaining, what average we have to maintain throughout the rest of the flight plan, and give me a summary for the same assumptions on water, and write down something in lithium hydroxide for the crew update, and I'd like that in about 30 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, now I've got pitch going down. I've got rolls
Almost zero, and yaw is almost zero.
Okay, copy there, Jim. LMU from flight.
LMU.
Excuse me, sorry, Inco from flight.
Flight Inco.
Roger, I got a procedure I asked FAO to work out for me a while on Omni switching for the crew. To see if they can give us some data periodically here throughout the night. You might take a look and see if you think that one's a good one.
Roger, Brian.
Control, how's he doing?
He's coming in, flight. He's coming down in pitch now.
Go ahead. Control, how you doing?
Slow.
Okay, how far away are we?
28 degrees.
Okay.
Houston, what's the acceptable pitch attitude that you'll take?
I believe what they're going to say is you got to hit your 90-degree pitch attitude. Standby 1. Capcom, tell them we're working on that right now, and it looks like the 90-degree pitch is the one we got to hit.
Aquarius, Houston. We've got a rate of about 2 degrees per minute pitch right now. So in about 5 minutes we should be there.
Okay. As he holding his roll.
He's holding his roll, but not his yaw.
Okay, but the yaw, you're going to take what you get again.
That's the point.
Roger, what's the acceptable pitch attitude that we can have for BTC? I can go into auto anytime now. I'm looking at 118 degrees of pitch. Practically zero roll and about 14 degrees of yaw.
90 degrees pitch.
flight, he's never going to get there. He's been Mickey Mousing with this thing for an hour now.
Who's talking?
Capcom. Why don't we let him do a Verb 49 to it?
Stand by.
Do you want to make your auto maneuver control?
What that's going to do to us, probably, flight, is put us in a high rate once we get there, and in that little deadband and that high rate, it'll take us a while. Then we have to wait for these instructions for the rates to damp to this less than a tenth of a degree, and we might be wasting time there.
Stand by a minute, Jim. The pitch is the important thing, but stand by one.
What you're saying is, Control, you want to keep using the procedure we got to try and get it in there. Because you're going to pay for it time-wise while you're waiting for your rates to stabilize out.
Yeah, we've gone a hell of a long time without any sleep. I see we've gone a hell of a long time without any sleep. We're going to have to start thinking about getting people back to sleep again because, I know.
How far are we out in pitch control?
14 degrees.
Still, okay.
24 degrees.
Pardon?
24 degrees.
Okay, so he's only about 24 degrees away from the altitude we want. Is he still moving in the right direction, Control?
Affirmative.
Okay. Give me a count. What is he, about 22 degrees now?
24 still. It's on channel 1, flight.
Got it. Control from flight.
Go ahead.
What's the orientation of the x-axis now? In fact, I'll ask guidance. This guidance from flight.
Go ahead, Frank.
What's the orientation of the x-axis to the sun now?
We don't have any data, Frank. Let me see what the...
Got your roll, pitch, and yaw attitudes. You know what your X-mat is. FAO, can you give me that data?
Oh, you mean where the x-axis is of a stable member? I can tell you that.
No, I'm talking... Okay, translate that to the spacecraft x-axis.
It's 90 pitch. It should be looking north.
Hey, Fred, these jettison bags with the are real airtight stuff if you want to use them for
Flight from control.
Go control.
See, with that yaw angle he's got in there again now, I think he's just going to drive himself out as he tries to pitch some more.
Yeah, this stuff is really tight.
Do you want to go at hold here?
I think it's our only choice, Flight. By this time here, see what we got on the other, once we get into the...
Hi, John.
Go, guys.
That answer your question?
No, I didn't hear it. I can hear an answer.
North. The x-axis is north.
X-axis is north.
That's the body axis.
Okay, so the X-body should be normal to the sun then.
That's fine. If he's pitched 90.
No, he isn't pitched 90.
Oh, I thought he was.
Now he's pitched 112.
Well, that's...
Control from Flight, is he still pitching?
He's gone to 110 now, Flight, very slow.
Control from Flight. Go ahead. Okay, we're ready to start stabilizing in this attitude. What do you want to do? Go to at-hold?
Verb 77, verb
Okay, Jim,
at-hold.
would you
Verb 77 at-hold, right?
stabilize your rates here?
Stand by.
Attitude
You want
you're
mode
at now,
control?
And go at hold. Over.
He's got a procedure there. Step 5, mode control to auto, Flight.
Okay.
Will do. I'm now at 106 degrees, 106 degrees pitch at 2.5 control.
Roger.
Okay, we'll monitor the rates, Flight. When he gets to 110, we'll let you know.
Roger. Let me know when he's got it.
So,
Flight and go.
Go ahead and go.
To try biomed, we need to go biomed right.
Okay, stand by one.
they monitored this. Yeah, I got your Cleveland. Well, that's just a trash bag.
Okay, everybody, let's see if we can get settled down here now. We got a couple items that we got to talk to the crew about. I think we ought to talk to them about how we're going to handle the communications during the sleep period here, during the rest period. We got to talk to them about lithium hydroxide canisters. We got to give them a briefing on the consumables. Okay, and we got to monitor the data for adequate damping to initiate the PTC.
Okay, Houston, you monitoring my angles. It appears that it might be less than 1 degree per second.
Okay, we'll check them. Stand by, we'll check them, Jim.
Tell him we'll advise him when the rates get below 1/10 of a degree per second. Tell him he can start into his heat period or whatever it is. And we'll just monitor it and let him know when he's ready. Control from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Raj, can you give me what are his rates now?
They look real low right now, Flight. We're trying to get a hack at it.
Okay.
We've only got the nearest tenth, and the PCM count is about 4/10.
Okay.
Okay, so when you get to a 10th, you'll let him go. Okay, he's low, but not low enough.
That's right. We'll keep watching him for a while. Why don't you suggest, if he feels like it, to start into his heat period, because it'll take, what do you estimate, about 10 minutes here, Control?
It looks like we're probably ready to do the second one there, Flight. Just give us a few minutes,
Okay.
and then we can get into them.
Chorus, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Jim, that's firm. We're monitoring, and you're almost there, but we'd like to let him stabilize a little bit longer. Over.
Okay, we'll just hold.
And if you can now go into your heat period or do something else while the rates are stabilizing, why we recommend you relax over and get some chow.
Right, we'll do that.
Inco from flight.
Flight Inco.
Inco from flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Did you review the procedure FAO gave me for Omni switching?
No, that's affirmative. Mill has one there that includes most of that.
Okay.
That I concur with.
Flight from Control.
Go ahead, Control.
Let's go on to Step 8. The Verb 25 Nano 7 is disable the plus X thrusters.
Okay. Do you want Step 8, 9, and 10? What do you want? How to do that?
All the way through to 11. 8 through 11.
Okay. Capcom from flight.
Go.
We're cleared to go ahead, and we're going to have to figure out how we tell this to the crew to make sure we don't blow it here. We want to complete steps 8, 9, and 10. Okay, in the PTC. Okay, and then we'll monitor the rates again, and then tell them when to go into step 12, 13, and 14.
Okay, so you're saying their rates are low enough?
That's affirmative.
Okay. Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Okay, Jim, it looks like your rates are damped sufficient. Recommend that you go ahead with the verb 25 noun 07 enter bit on down through the verb 34 enter. And then wish you would stand by for us to look at it again before you go beyond that. Over.
Flight from control.
Okay,
Go control. He's actually got better granularity than we do, looking at his disking.
25907 down through verb 34 enter, and I'll stand by.
Righto.
What's your granularity, control?
0.4 of a degree.
Okay, why don't we do, well, I don't know.
If he's happy, if he's happy like he was last time, and we've looked at it about that length of time, we should be able to see if his rates are.
Yeah, that's just what I'm saying. Just have them go through that procedure. We'll look at them, let them go through their eat, and I think in the long run it's going to be a bit easier procedure for them. What we can do is this, when we get down to that step, we can say, okay, it looks like you're stable on. We verified through verb 16, noun 20 that your rates are less than 0.01 degree per second, and then continue with the final 3 steps.
Roger.
Okay.
Okay, Houston, that's complete.
Okay, they're through step 10 there, control.
Roger, Houston copies, and we'll get...
I'll monitor rates.
Roger.
Looks like he's going to do it for us, control.
Good, Mike.
And I'll monitor the rates with 1620.
He says he's going to monitor the rates with
Roger,
1620.
that's the way it should be done, and we're standing by for the rates to damp out some more.
Okay.
Control from flight.
Red flag.
What's his granularity in the disky?
100.
How you coming?
Okay, because I was looking...
We ought to take a stock of how much we got there, and then maybe sort of think about rationing some of it. I mean, just to make sure that we got enough to last us, and that we get enough water out. I hate to run out of water on the last day. Take a look and see how much we got, and fill them up and just hold them there. Yeah, and the stuff that's good to eat now will be the candies, the sandwich spreads, maybe the dehydrated stuff that you have to rehydrate is going to be kind of difficult. No, wet packs are good. Matter of fact, we might use those. Well, how about the push? know, but I mean the pistons are bombs too. We're damping racing. Well, maybe we ought to use the OPS first.
LMU from flight.
LMU.
Raj, can I go over your consumable status with you now?
Yes. Okay, our power is pretty much okay, flight.
Okay, stand by. I want specific numbers if you can give them to me.
Okay.
Guy, if you got a spare Capcom down there, Vance, you might copy this down while one of the other guys, in other words, so you can translate it and read it up to the crew shortly.
Okay, I'll copy it down here.
Okay. Go ahead, tell him you.
Okay, we've got 1498 ampere hours remaining right now. That's at 81.24. And we're running about 25 amp average.
Okay. But we're going to be down to your power down level, as I said.
We'll try to get down to 14, 15 amps.
Okay.
Say again the amp hours.
1498.
And what are you getting down to?
Going to go down to around 14 amps. Right now we're running at 25.
Okay. Press on, Bill.
Okay, I'm adding numbers off the food here.
Okay.
Okay, we got 215 pounds of water.
Okay, stand by. Which says you expect to be able to maintain 14 amps for majority. Of transverse, right?
Right. Except for any mid courses we do.
Divide me up 61 flight hours remaining into 1498 if you got your slide rule handy. And give me what the average is. What are you averaging on the way back? Let me put it this way. Give me an average we must maintain.
Okay, 24 and a half amps.
Okay.
Stay underneath the... That's current wise.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, water.
Okay.
215 pounds remaining.
Capcom, why don't you verify that they're not going to make any urine dumps or anything while we're trying to damp rates here? Do you have any feeling that they might be doing that? That'll spiral us out so fast it's pitiful.
Okay, I think they had a pretty good lesson on that the other night, but I can mention it again. They tried one and they noted the effect. Apollo 13, Houston, over.
Go ahead, Vance.
Jim, just a reminder, any wastewater dumps at this point would really jiggle up the PTC preparation, so request to save that till we're spun up over.
Right, I don't think we're doing any.
No. No, I don't think so, but just wanted to make sure you were aware of it, and I thought you were.
We're saving all the water we can.
Okay, what you're saying, one other way to look at this, telling you, is the fact that if we sustain that 14 amps, we got about 100 hours flight time capability coming back from an electrical standpoint, right? Telling you with me?
Yeah, I think that works out right.
Okay, can you, what are you extrapolating now is going to be your reserve at the end of the mission? Still something around 400 amp hours?
Stand by. About 550, Mike.
Okay.
That's 500.
Okay, let's go into water.
Okay, water. You got 215 pounds usable. We're running 4.3 pounds an hour.
Well, is that running now? What do you expect to be at when you get down to 14 amps?
We hope to get down to about 3.2 or maybe 2.7.
Okay, so what you're saying, at 25 amps, using how many pounds per hour?
4.3.
Okay, at 14 amps, using what? 3.8 you said?
3.2 to 2.7.
Okay.
Okay, and the number we have to beat is an average of 3.5 pounds per hour.
Okay.
And there's one other factor, we don't have a 20-pound pad that's supposed to be in there. So the pounds per hour is going to have to get a little better.
I don't understand what you mean.
Okay, Spanish requested that we have a 20-pound pad for water.
Is that some addition on top of the uncertainty?
Yes.
Why that?
I can't answer that. Spanish asked for that.
Okay.
AFD meat recovery on recovery loop, please.
Flight control.
Go ahead, control.
We're measuring about 200s right now. We might have the crew look at it.
0.02.
Roger. That's real gross, though. You understand?
Why don't we just hold off on the call for another couple minutes, and then we'll go up to them to make sure.
Flight control.
Go ahead, control.
We've been in this mode now about 11 minutes. Four more is all of us recommended.
Okay. Just wait a little bit more. Okay, we've talked about water. Tell them you, how about lithium hydroxide?
Okay, the LIOH cans, assuming the CSM arrangement works, we've got 16 CSM cans times 12 hours capability in those.
And Houston, Aquarius.
Houston,
That's 192.
Okay, break.
Okay, Vance, a couple of items we uncovered for that cartridge mod. One is the special dust covering bag that we were going to use on the tote bags. That is pretty thick and non-porous. Then we went up to the upstairs kitchen and drained water a couple more times. It made up a whole bunch of drink bags again. And from the pantry, we retrieved a fairly large enclosure made of plastic that those drink bags are in, that I think we can scissor and also make do for a cover, taping it on if that's appropriate.
Okay, Jack Lausma here has a refined version of the procedure on how to make these the easy way, and I think before too long he ought to be reading that up to you. It's not time critical to get this up to you. It's just that before you get too far in assembling these on your own, we'd kind of like to give you the benefit of experience down here.
Okay. Who built them back there?
Tony did some of it, and Jack's been working on it too, so we've had a big effort on it.
Tell me, you from Flight.
Go ahead.
Okay, how much time have we got in this LM canisters? Go control.
I think we can press on.
We would encourage you to wait
Okay,
till
you want
tomorrow
to
receive that
step,
procedure.
go on to step 12, mode control at hold.
Verb 76.
Verb 76 and 30 clicks yaw right.
30 clicks yaw right.
That's right.
Okay.
We'll take a look at these.
Before we have to worry about that, I guess we got another primary and 3 secondaries to go through.
That's right.
Capcom from Flight. Go ahead. We're ready to proceed with steps 12, 13, and 14. Mode control at hold, verb 76 and 30 clicks yaw right. Okay, and then we'll look at it for just a few minutes before we power down the pings then.
Okay. Aquarius, Houston, over.
Man, that's a wicked low pressure down there. I wish I was us.
Aquarius, Houston.
Go ahead, Houston.
Okay, Jim, your rates are once again looking good, so we can continue on and with the rest of this procedure. Request you go ahead with the verb 76 enter and mode control to add hold, and then the last step 30 clicks yaw right.
Jets are firing again.
Tell them you from Flight.
Okay, I'll go verb 76.
Okay, stand by one.
With the mode control at hold, and then 30 clicks of right yaw to start the maneuver.
Verb 76
Control from Flight.
Right.
Flight. We might get you guys to get the data. I think we'll probably want to watch this for about 15 minutes or so to see what kind of
verb 76 enter. Mode control at hold.
half angle we've got here. So have you guys standing by to plot the doggone data so we can get a quick cut at the half angle.
Roger.
Vance, did you say for me to hold on the right yaw, or do you want me to start it now?
They're cleared to start the right yaw, aren't they, Control?
No need to hesitate. You can start now.
Go ahead, Flight.
Okay.
Okay.
After you get that going, then we'll think about powering down the pins.
Yeah, we'll probably want to watch it for about 15 minutes, I'd say, roughly, to see if we can figure out what our half angle is. Control, tell them you, I'm back to you on LM canisters. How many hours?
LM canisters, 44 hours.
44 hours remaining.
Okay, we'd like to look at it for just a little while before we power down.
Couple hours out of this will make it 46.
Okay. Do you have any other consumables you want to talk about?
The O2, we don't have a problem there. We're good to 200 hours.
Okay, why don't you give me it anyway?
The O2, use rate 0.36 pounds an hour.
Right, we want to get the amps down.
44 pounds remaining.
Say that again. How much have you got in your descent tanks? You said 200 pounds?
Negative 44 pounds total.
I'm sorry.
That's descent plus ascent.
Give me the total hours then, divide it out for me. Looks like it'd be around 120 some roughly.
About 120 hours or 201 hours GET.
Every last lousy one of them.
Okay, so we're fat there. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okie dokie. Control from flight.
Flight.
Why don't you give me the status and your consumables?
Okay.
Give me RCS first.
Okay, RCS, we use 2% in the PTC setup. We're at 62% system A.
Well, that means that...
System B is still rating 62%.
Hey, let me see if I can restart.
Okay.
Delta V remaining in the dips. 1190, which is nominal. Burn time remaining about 462 seconds. Disregard that. That was the S.
Give me Delta TB dips.
Well, I thought I could there for a while.
We don't need that. Delta TB and dips doesn't mean anything.
Okay, roger, fine.
Ecom, why don't you give me a status on CSM, what you think you got there? And I think the main interest there would be the entry batteries.
He's off the loop right now.
Okay, why don't you get to that number for me? Last number I had was 99 amp hours.
Roger, flight, I think that's still valid. I'll check it. Flight GNC.
Go GNC.
99 amp hours.
99 amp hours.
Flight fighter.
Go ahead, Fido.
I can give you a little trajectory briefing when you got a minute.
Hey, how about it? That's
Okay.
about 2 hours, isn't it? Go ahead.
Right. We've taken in about an hour and 45 minutes worth of data and processed it using some alpha priori knowledge of what we've had since AOS.
Flight in, go aft Omni.
Aft Omni, Capcom. Go ahead.
Okay, and we're looking at mid-courses around 104 hours, and we're seeing them in intermediate range on the order of 8, 6, 5 feet a second. That kind of thing. Feel real warm about it. Looks like a real good maneuver.
At 104 plus 0,
Right.
of about 6 to 8 feet per second.
Right, and that's an estimate. That's a pretty crude vector, but I think it's indicative of a good maneuver anyway.
Okay, and you wouldn't expect any problems with entry corridors, that type of stuff then, would you? What do you get if you don't make the maneuver?
Standby flight. Best data I've got now, flight says you'd have to make the maneuver because you're not in the corridor, you're not re-entering at the moment.
Flight retro.
Go retro.
Mid-course is probably not that big. It's just the short amount of tracking data that he's got.
Okay, and what you're saying is you expect it to grow smaller.
I would anticipate it to grow smaller.
You feel that way, Pato?
Probably Flight, but it's only an educated guess. It's really hard to tell with this little bit of data.
Capcom from Flight. No? Did you get that data on the mid-course correction at 104 hours? Looks like it would be around 6 to 8 feet per second. It'll probably grow smaller as we get more tracking data.
Okay, MCC 104, 4 to 6 feet per second.
Yeah, so if Deke's got all that data plus the mid-course data, I think we got a good status and some good news to give these guys for a change. Let's see what else we got to sort out. Lithium hydroxide, comm plan. How's the PTC looking, Control?
We haven't included that yet, Mike.
Fine.
Go, Fido.
One other point, our guys are now investigating a mid-course procedure that would not require powering up the GNN.
Roger.
Okay.
You don't think that burn was enough, do you? Not a mid-course? An RCS squirt. Here. An RCS squirt needs an attitude.
Come up to start. Yeah, you got us in the right plane, Jim. We're in the right plane. We're pointed north and we're swiveling again with Earth, Moon, and Sun.
Flight, Capcom.
Go, Capcom.
Okay, we've got Consumables info to give them, the mid-course, and what else did you have?
Give them that communication that they're going to have to watch their own omni switching, and probably about the time you finish with that advance, we should be able to tell you to start powering down the things.
Okay, the PTC's looking good, is it?
Well, it's a bit too early to tell right now.
Okay.
How's that? Awful. Oh, that's right. That blasted service command module back there. That one. That one?
It's not much better.
Go ahead, play with it.
Aquarius, Houston, over.
Go ahead.
Jim, we have some status information for you, if you're ready to copy on a piece of scratch paper.
Stand by, man.
Okay.
What are you looking for?
Putting it away and getting the status paper here.
Go ahead, man.
Okay, first mid-course correction will probably be at GET 104 hours, and all we look for is a 4 to 6 feet per second, delta V. Okay, that's the first item. Now I will give you a rundown on consumables. Okay, in the LEM, you have 1,498. That is 1498 amp hours remaining.
Fido from Flight.
That means...
Flight.
Hey, Bill, just to get consistent here, we ought to start calling these mid-course corrections by numbers the same way we do during normal transfers. So is this MCC 5 or 5? Okay.
And from just the words from the meeting are that you will use. It was just held.
1.4 or 14
we're probably going to think very
per
seriously
hour.
about this thing,
And
due to the fact that the technique we're using is pretty crude, and it may be a good OJT just to do it once in case you need it again.
Boy, I don't want to do that kind of OJT in it. I don't need to.
Well, you'll need to,
Okay.
if this vector is indicative of the vector. And we'd rather do it, at least the
In
words
the
are
LEM,
that we'd probably rather do it
in the LEM,
the first time and just
you
make
have
sure it works.
250.
Now you're talking about
that is
doing it without powering a platform,
That's
that type of stuff.
It would
Okay.
be a manual
Water
thing using the
usable.
window and earth and this kind of thing.
Okay, well, we got plenty of time to talk about
Forward
that.
on me.
61 hours.
Capcom, forward on me.
3.5 pounds per hour available.
Forward on me, Capcom.
They've got it flight.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, and after you power down, we expect that you will be using water at the rate of 3.2 to 2.7 pounds. That's at 14 amps per hour electrical usage rate. One note.
Control from flight, how's your PTC
This
looking?
does not, when we speak here of water available, this does not include CSM water and FLIS water. So that's added on. Okay, next LIOH. Using the CSM cans, you will have 16 cans at 12 hours per can to give you 192 or 192 hours of LIOH. And in the LEM, using its cans, you have 44 hours remaining.
Vance, is that with the FLIS secondaries?
Yes.
That includes FLIS secondaries.
That's affirmed. That includes FLIS secondaries. Okay, oxygen. You have remaining 44 pounds in the LEM. At a usage rate of 0.36 pounds per hour, that leaves you 120 or 120 hours of oxygen. Okay, next RCS. RCS A stands at 62% and B at 62%. We only expect 2% to be used for the PTC, so you're in good shape for RCS. Next, dips delta V. You have 1190 feet per second remaining.
Flight from control.
Go control.
Channel 65 is your plot.
And finally,
Okay.
CSM.
Tell you what,
EPS.
control, give me the that's pounds of LEM RCS propellant remaining.
We estimate
Stand by.
that you have 99 amp hours. That's an estimate.
Okay, flight, we have 314 usable. That's
And
total.
that's it. Over.
Okay.
Okay, I copy.
Okay, and just a question. Be interesting
Control
to
from
hear
flight.
from Jack to see if
Let me know when you're ready to power down the pings here.
Main B bus is good.
You see the plot from
If
65.
he has
Yeah, it
any
looks typical of what we see in the
idea
CSM.
of whether it's good or not,
Well,
this would influence.
I'm waiting for your evaluation as to whether you got enough.
In the future,
Okay.
for example, we might want to try to test main B to see if it is in fact good, so that we'd know how to set switches for entry.
Just a minute. They want to know whether you think main bus B is any good for the family.
Control from flight.
That's flight.
I'll give you about,
Get on the loop. Let me pose a question of how we're planning on doing this mid course if we're going to power down the tanks.
Would you stand by on that, Jim? We'd like to give you a procedure for that later on.
Okay. Mid-course at 104 hours. Going to give you a procedure for that later on.
In short, Jim, we don't expect any problem.
Flight GNC.
But
GNC. That'll look like a good
we'll
PTC.
explain further later.
Raj. About a
Paul,
7
you
degree
concur
cone.
on that? That's affirmative.
Okay.
Deke says get a night's sleep. He says you've been working hard and you got to relax a little bit and be ready for tomorrow.
Capcom, we're ready to start powering down the pings. Control from flight.
Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead, Jack.
Not if they're fixing to power down.
Let me give you my observations on main bus B. Things happen pretty fast there, and we first heard the impact or explosion or whatever caused it. I'm not sure. The next, about 1 second later, there was a master alarm, which was a main bus B undervolt. I looked at the voltage.
Flight procedures.
And the voltage was good at this time. So
Go procedures, Raj. It's mandatory. We do a checkpoint now.
Raj,
do a checkpoint. All flight controllers, we're running a checkpoint.
However, Fred, at that point, was coming into the command module and got over into his seat. At that time, we shortly had an AC bus 2 light. About the time he got in his seat, he looked at main bus B, and the main bus B was reading 0. However, the fuel cell flows were 0.
Flight control.
I'm
Go control.
kind of suspecting that perhaps we do have a good main bus B, but that's merely a guess. I never did try to reset it.
Span from flight.
We were having other problems with...
Go ahead, flight. Raj, is Ernie back there?
He's gone home.
Okay, Rod, lower one of those guys back there.
Neil is.
Hey, Neil. The last time I talked to Ernie, we went through the CSN status or the command module status. And based on the data they had seen, they didn't feel there were any problems with main bus B. Is that still your understanding, and is that Span's understanding?
I didn't go after me.
That's the flight control understanding. That's my understanding what all our guys think. We can false Span.
Okay, stand by. Break Span. Enco, you want aft Omni?
Aft Omni, roger.
Capcom, aft Omni. Capcom, aft Omni.
Aquarius request aft Omni.
We ready to power down. Flight, we've got a checkpoint.
You through at the checkpoint procedures?
Raj,
permanent flight.
Okay.
Raj, we're with you.
Okay, we lost luck there and we switched on these. Just for my own kind of to get my thoughts in order, I'd like to hear what kind of entry you're planning, EMS or pings or what?
We're planning a ping after Capcom.
Ping's entry is being planned, and people are at work on checklist changes and that sort of thing.
Okay, real fine.
And we'll give you the CSM stuff tomorrow, but basically we suspect that the main bus B is good, and we're going to work up a procedure to test it.
Okay, those are my thoughts too.
Right.
You think main bus B is good, don't you?
That's a firm. We think it is, but we want to check it out anyway.
Hey, we think you guys are in great shape all the way around. Why don't you quit worrying and go to sleep?
Oh, that's our boss.
Well, I think we just might do that. Or part of us will.
I I mixed up. How many more of those are we?
Flight control.
Go control.
Are we going to power down?
Yes, sir. We're working on it.
Yeah, I mixed up. You had 15. I mixed up 7 more, so we got 22. By the way, there's still some water. It's not enough pressure to mix up another drink, but there is some water out of there if you want to get some water out of the drink cup. Yeah, that's good. We'll get some. We ought to use that oxygen up, not waste it.
Capcom from flight.
Go ahead, flight.
I just want to get that stuff up to the crew.
Right now?
Okay,
Yeah, just stand by there.
he's checking it right now. We'll get it up to him in an instant.
Okay.
I will. You wouldn't believe it, but I'm now in command of the lift. Okay. Vance, I'm probably the only CMP that's ever witnessed dips burn sitting on the ascent engine cap.
Flight tell me. Flight tell me.
Go ahead, tell him you.
Yeah, there's one master alarm that might come on during the night, and that's the S-band antenna temp if it gets down too low.
Okay.
Is there any coming
We
out?
can either close the breaker or
How many amps is that going to cost us?
nothing unless the temperature gets down there.
Let's close the breaker.
They didn't answer. I think we may have. How is this working out? They are. How are we going to get an alignment? Pulling out someplace, I guess. See, we got to watch that one right there. It's decreasing now. It's a cone. I noticed it in the command module. It'll wobble.
Capcom from flight. Assume, okay, you're going up there.
Go ahead, flight.
Assume you're going up with that stuff to the crew now.
Okay, you ready to go into power down?
That's affirmative. We ought to tell them the comm procedures first, if you haven't given them already.
Okay.
That should be pretty brief. I don't think they have to copy it or anything. Just read it to them.
Okay. Go ahead, Aquarius.
Raj, you're planning to set up here very shortly a power down procedure?
That's affirmative. If you'll take out your contingency book and turn to page power 6, over.
Flight income.
Go on, go.
The crew's handling the elements for us well now.
Okay.
Get the book over there, contingency power 6. Well, I don't.
Control from flight.
And while you're doing that,
Flight.
let's put attitude control, 3 switches to mode control.
Okay, monitor this now. We're going into the power down.
Roger.
All 3 attitude control switches have been in mode control.
Okay, and when you get to power 6, you ought to see a circuit breaker page, panel 11.
Got a simple. Red. Okay, I have power 6, panel 11.
Okay, on power 6, panel 11.
Take the slide out.
The top 3 rows configure them as you see them.
Okay, now, Jack, some of them have been changed now. That we have put the TCAs in from a previous procedure. Do you want those out now?
Yes, pull them out.
That's affirmative.
That's affirmative, Jim. Pull them out. TCA's open.
Okay. I'm changing those and get back again. First 3 rows. And you're including the Atka pings, huh?
Yes, pull it. That's affirmative. Pull Atka pings open.
Okay. I've got that.
Okay, are you ready for the 4th row?
Affirm.
Okay, now and when we get in the 4th row, we're going to open the IMU operate circuit breaker. And what that means is that we're going to lose the capability to watch your CDUs. So we're not going to be able to see your attitude. Therefore, we will not be able to advise you on which antenna to select for communications. The way we want you to handle that is to turn the LEM uplink squelch off, and when you hear the noise, switch antennas. We'll be able to see you switch antennas, and it's going to take us about 3 to 5 minutes to establish a lock-on again after you switch. After each time that you switch antennas, we will initiate a voice check. Basically, when you see the Earth out the window, you can be on forward antenna. And when the moon's out in the window, use the aft antenna. You copy?
Okay, we're going to pull the IMU operating circuit breaker, so you won't be able to see our attitude. Therefore, you won't tell us how to switch antennas, and we'll enable the, I will turn the squelch off, so that when we start getting static, we'll switch antennas, and as a front roll, we can use, when the Earth's forward, we use the forward antenna, and when we see the moon, we use the aft antenna.
That's affirmative, Jim. In other words, we're leaving antenna switching up to you, and after you switch antennas, it's going to take 3 to 5 minutes for us to establish a lock-on again, and we'll initiate a voice check. And I'm ready to go on panel 11, row 4.
Okay.
Okay, on row 4. Under heaters, RCS system AB-1. Open quads 1 through 4. Under ECS, the only change is under glycol pumps, close auto transfer. Under COM, the only change is open VHF-A receiver, open commander audio. Under pings, the only change is close and leave closed IMU standby circuit breaker so we can have heaters. Read back.
Okay, on row 4, we're going to open all 4 of the heaters of the RCS system A and B, the first 4 circuit breakers. We're going to close the auto transfer. We're going to open the VHF-A receiver and the commander audio. And we're going to close the IMU standby. The LGC Disky and the IMU operator will be open.
That's affirmative, Jim. All other breakers in that row are as you see them in the checklist. And on row 5, the only change is that we want you to, under EPS, open Ascent ECA control. Over.
I think we already have that opened. Ascent ETA control is probably already open. Okay, so let me confirm. We'll have one comm system. That'll be the LMP system. And we'll have to do our own antenna switching. Therefore, we'll have to wait about... okay, you want to switch after antenna. We'll have to wait for you to get a lock on again. Is that correct?
I didn't copy his question, Capcom. What did he say?
That's affirmative, Jim. You'll be working off of the LMP's panel over there.
Okay, what else do you have for me?
Okay, panel 16, that's on page power-7. Top roll. The only change is under RCS System B, open PQGS displays. Over.
Slide into aft Omni.
Capcom aft Omni.
Okay, let me go over this with you, Jack, because this checklist has been written over 2 or 3 times now on our various procedures. Top row, the first 2 are open, the next 3 are closed. And we're going to open now the quad PCAs 1, 2, 3, 4. Cross B will be closed. And the temp price display flags will be open, and we're going to open up the PQGS. Main size will be closed, so all the other 3 will be open.
That's affirmative, Jim. And there's no change to the second row. Over.
Okay, again, let me go through this with you. The first 4 are going to be closed.
Capcom, go.
Hey, Vance. This is Mike Howard.
Oh, hi, Mike. This is John Young. Vance is...
Okay. Hey, all right, John, I just talked to Maryland Mobile, and we got on board a couple of letters for the guys up in the food box. And if you could somehow get the word up to them, they might want to read them. They're just little letters with pictures of the family included. And Maryland thought, they might need a little cheering up or something, or
okay, in the third
now
row,
that the hectic thing's over with,
displays open.
Relax them. You might use your judgment on that, but it's up there anyway.
Okay.
VHF-A transmitter.
Okay. See you. Right.
Change. VHF-B receiver open. Primary S-band power amplifier open. Transmitter receiver closed. S-band antenna open. PMP closed. TV open. Under ECS displays open. Glycol pump secondary open. LGC pump open. Cabin fan control open. Cabin repress closed, and all the next 4 closed also. Read back.
Okay, we have displays open, SE audio closed, VHF-A transmitter open, VHF-B receiver open, power amp's going to be open, transmitter receiver closed, S-band antenna open, PMP closed, TV open, display is open, next 3 are open, cabin repress closed, and all the rest closed.
That's affirmative, Jim. And in row 4, under heaters, we want them all, correction, we want all the quad heaters open. Correction, we want all the quad heaters closed. We want displays open. S-band antenna closed to avoid a master alarm. Camera, sequence camera open. And under EPS, we want displays open. DC bus volt closed. Inverter 2 open. Ascent ECA closed. Ascent ECA control open. Descent ECA closed. Descent ECA control closed. Translunar bus tie closed. We want the cross tie bus open. The bell lobes closed. Bat feed ties closed. How do you read?
Okay, the 4 RCS heaters will be closed. Displays open, SN antenna closed. Camera sequence will be open. Display will be open. DC bus volt will be closed. Inverter 2 open. Asset ECA will be closed, but the asset ECA control opened. Descent ECA closed. Descent ECA control closed. Transmitter bus tie closed. And cross-tie bus open and ballast loads closed and that feed tie
Tell them you from flight.
I have one question, Jack. On panel of the second line, they're under lighting. Why are we keeping the floods and track closed? Are they going to be open?
The track switch is off and the
Negative,
floodlights
we have
are off by the switch.
Lighting breakers all closed. Control the lighting with the switches and the rheostats. Over.
Okay, we don't need the floodlights, I don't think, but we could do it that way, I guess.
And we haven't used under row 4, under RCS system A and B-2 quad heaters, you notice that we've closed those circuit breakers, but what we want you to do is to, on panel 3, turn the RCS AB-2 quad switches 1, 2, 3, and 4 off. Over. We're going to watch quad temps for him. Flight?
That's affirmative.
Okay. And we're going to watch your quad temps for you, and when we need to warm them up a little bit, we'll tell you to throw those 4 switches on panel 3.
Okay, now are we sure that this PTC mode is good enough so we don't start getting cross-coupling and get out of configuration?
Control, as far as you can tell right now, the PTC looks as good as we've seen in the CSM, right? Right. Capcom, the PTC looks good.
Okay, Jim, as far as we can tell right now, the PTC looks as good as any PTC we've ever seen in the CSM, so we're going to go with what we've got.
Okay.
Okay, and if you turn over the page in Power 8, we have the spacecraft functions remaining to you. We've got low bit rate.
Control from flight.
However, we don't have any VHF.
What is our half angle in PTC?
We have SeaWee. We have glycol.
Stand by. I'm not sure.
We have soup fans. We have cabin repress for you. And stand by and attitude control here. Okay, in attitude control, we'll have hardovers for use as an emergency. And for normal usage, we want to have a 15-minute delay to get the heaters on to warm them up before use. How do you read?
Okay, for emergency, we have the hardovers, and for normal use, requires a 15-minute request to get the heaters on.
That's affirmative. Okay, Jim, that concludes our power down procedure. We're waiting for you to get with it.
Okay, Jack, we'll start. I sure hate to lose the thing. I sure hope that procedure for the mid-course is a good one.
It is. Okay, ready to follow them through on this power down?
Raj. Control, telling you, let's follow them through and power down.
May I help you?
Go.
Yeah, you can. Okay, emergency power down. Panel 11. All of them open. Closed. Yeah. stand by for national alarm. Oh, yeah. Here it comes. Hit it. LGC, you just did it.
Flight from control.
Go ahead.
That number was 8 degrees, a half angle number.
How many?
8 degrees.
Okay, 8 degrees half angle. What's his question?
He doesn't have a question, but I've got one. We're supposed to start
I'll give you this.
sleep period on the commander and CMP at 82 hours, and we're obviously running behind. Do we want to change our flight plan, or do we want to go with what we have?
We're going to keep going until they wake up
I'm
anyway.
off flight.
Look at that nice 15 amps.
Here's the deck.
FAO.
14 and a half, 14 1, 13 7. Look at that.
Stand by, I'm going off the loop a minute.
What was the answer, Jack? I don't see any point in
The floodlights are on, right?
Capcom flight.
I kind of
Go ahead.
What did FAO say?
He said don't change what we got to get these guys to bed as soon as possible, and I assume that
We're not going to wake them up anyway, are we?
they're supposed to be getting fed up.
I think he's up. I thought I heard him on the loop already.
No, that's Jack you've been here.
Haven't heard Fred at all?
What time are we getting Fred up? What time are we getting Fred up? Is there going to be a man on watch all the time?
Yes.
Okay.
Flight tell me. Flight tell me.
That's the audio.
Tell them you in control from flight.
Tell me.
We got a briefing with all the management downstairs in probably about 10 minutes or so. So we update all of your consumables plots with the current numbers. And previously they took those things you had in the back room, O2 and amp hours remaining and water and RCS. And I think this time I ought to take along the plot of the PTC as far as we've seen it.
Just familiar with our particular spacecraft that on panel 16 under heaters, RCS system A and B, quad 1 heater circuit breaker. has been pushed in and sealed in, but if it's ever pushed out, it's doubtful we'll ever be able to reset it.
He's not supposed to open any one of those four in that panel 16.
Okay,
Uses a
Jim,
switch to
on,
regulate
the
those.
4 quad heater breakers, we want you to leave them closed, and we'll operate the heaters with the switches on panel 3. Over.
That's the breakers on panel 16.
No.
LGC went off, Mike.
Okay, we're doing
Roger.
here. Okay, and I'm closing the heaters on panel 4, quads 1 through 4 off.
Okay, and it's time for you guys to get to bed and get Fred up.
I still have one question, Jack. I still think that the under lighting on panel 16, the floodlights and the track lights would be open. We're not using them.
If it makes him warm,
Do you
let
have
him
any
pull it.
argument at
Open it.
Ptolemy, do you have any argument in opening the
No
breakers?
problem, Jim.
No
Go
argument.
ahead and open them. Track and flood, that's all right.
Okay. Track and flood are open. Now, why don't you go through that, Jack, and make sure that I had a... Okay, I'll take this. Okay, and Jack, my only other concern now is the CO2 rise of the spacecraft. I guess you're keeping a handle on that?
That's affirmed, Jim. We have you up to 10.6 now, and we're willing to go a little higher on that. We have
Flight
another
down here.
cartridge, and we have a procedure for making the command module cartridges up. We'll pass that on later.
We estimate 1 more hour on this CO2
Yeah, I'm not
cartridge.
worried about that. I just want to make sure that you,
Are they going to
we just don't want to go to sleep here and forget about the rise in CO2.
Are they going to use?
Roger, we're watching it for you. We have it here. It's now 10.7, and we have a medical go to 15 millimeters.
We estimate 1 hour, Jack. 1 hour to 15 millimeters.
That's the new one. There's the new first for you.
You go for 1 more hour on the primary cartridge?
Yeah.
And how many hours on the secondary?
That's our best guess, 1 hour. That's 6 or 7.
Okay, Jim, we estimate we've got 1 more hour on the primary cartridge and 6 or 7 hours on the secondary.
Okay, fine. That's a spare primary cartridge back there, too, isn't it? So that's good for another, how long?
Yeah. That's yours, so it is.
And you're right, Jim. We got another primary cartridge back there behind the S and engine cover.
Right, yeah, we know. Thank you.
nothing right on that panel. Let me check the middle. Yeah, you power down and then you leave me. Tell me I got it.
Hey, Jack, we just thought it's about time you got a LEM checkout.
But he's given it me inert. Of course, I'll give him my command module, too, which is rather inert right now, too.
Well, you got to walk before you run, you know.
AFD flight debrief. AFD flight debrief.
Go ahead.
Okay, just a voice check.
You're loud and clear.
Okay, we've semi-handed over or handed over here. Everybody that belongs to the Maroon team that's here, give me an amber, please. And that belongs with whatever team's going to work for the next umpteen hours. Retro and Gatto, are you here? Okay, Capcom's here. Guidance flight. Guidance flight.
Go flight.
Okay, are you the new guidance or the old guidance?
The new guidance.
Okay, come up and, okay, you are Amber. Ecom, GNC, what's your status?
Flight Ecom.
Okay, are you the new Ecom or the old Ecom?
I'm both. I've been here a while and I'll be here a while, Flight.
Okay, come up, Amber. GNC, is there one?
Flight span, GNC's back here with me. You want him?
Okay, I see Gary's here. He's going to take your place. Is that right? Gary, you coming on? Okay, come up, Amber. Control flight. Go ahead. Control? Okay. Larry, you're control flight.
Go ahead, flight.
Okay. Where's Larry? Is he getting ready to relieve you? Okay, come up amber then. Okay, and income.
I'm go flight. PTC's handling the. I'm getting about 100% data.
Gary there?
Yeah.
Okay, y'all guys come up amber. We've decided for those of y'all that are still on the loop that haven't gone away here, that we had thought that the white team would run tomorrow, but we're going to take them off of tomorrow's shift. The next shift the white team will have will be for the splash. And Gene will be talking to y'all, and it's his idea. And the reason for doing this is to enable the white team to spend tomorrow working on the entry procedures. It also gets y'all kind of synchronized, or whenever Gene talks about it. But it also gets you synchronized into your daytime that you'll be doing for the splashdown. So be advised of that, and the AFD will come up with a new schedule here that eliminates y'all. So we'll be going from now on black, gold, maroon, black, gold, white, or something similar to that. We'll have to change the times a little bit to make them come out right. Okay there, Chief? Take the other, okay. Okay, I've been here for a couple of hours, so I've got a fair briefing, I think, already, and I don't need one from everybody, but let me talk to people about what's retro flight. Go flight. Okay, what are you working? Are you briefed and ready to talk to me a minute?
Yeah. We're looking at how we're going to support the mid-courses, and we're doing some other preliminary stuff on SIP timelines and how we're going to do the entry, and coordinating with just general preparation.
I think in general for the whole team here, there's a lot of people that are working on all these procedures, and the different people are working at different times. And it's my understanding that there's one group of people which is kind of headed up by Bill Tyndall and Pete Frank that are working, and it has Larry Strimple and Jay Green and Charlie Parker and Ed Mitchell are working on the mid-course procedures. So I make you aware of that, and they're going to come back in tomorrow morning and talk some more about it at 0900. So some of that stuff is best done offline, I think, rather than online for the operators. Okay, and also, go ahead, Retro.
Well, I was just going to say that we're, in general, supporting these guys.
Right, okay. The other thing is that there's also a group of people thinking about the entry timeline, and it's maybe some of the same people. I asked Bill Tyndall to kind of head that business up. He has a while to do that, but thanks to Roos and some other people are working on the checklist things. So they'll be looking at the last phases, and as we just indicated, the white team should be thinking about helping that along, and I'm sure they'll be in sometime tomorrow to be thinking about those kinds of things along with these other guys. Retro, one thing I had down here to kind of have you think about is tell me something about what our final maneuver situation is as far as any final opportunities that we have with the dips with the Delta V capability that we have now, and also if we had for some reason really got into a bind and had to crank up the SPS. I think we ought to have those in our hip pocket. Can you work on that?
Yes, I can look at that. You're talking about weather avoidance and then
weather avoidance or even reducing its flight time.
Roger.
That'd be the only reason for using the SPS.
I'm not going to do an extensive study on that, but I will look at
that's power down to 14 amps, but we're reading on you right now at 12.3, and so we're better off than we were in our analysis.
That sounds good.
Auto flight. No flight. Excuse me. Okay, Fido, you're doing your tracking thing and coming up with your mid-course.
That's affirm.
Okay, and I think at some time reasonably close or in the near future,
Jack, I thought you were going to get the sleep shift where there wasn't any.
when you get a fair confidence in your vector, you ought to generate a block data type pad that they can maneuver to get back in a corridor. You can call it. Perhaps you'd already planned to do that. Probably had.
Roger.
I think we ought to get it to them, not too far distant, but you can tell me what you think about that.
Roger.
It's a loss of comm type thing that would kind of tweak that up.
Roger that.
You guys in the trench, please work on that.
We will.
And I'd like to hear later on about what you see as a tracking plan for these mid courses. How that's shaping up. I think there's words already in the log which just got carried away.
Right.
But I'd like to hear about that a little bit.
You want to hear about it later? You want to hear about it now?
Oh, well, okay. If you know it, tell me now.
I can tell you right now is that we're tracking. Of course, we're tracking right now, and we hope to have a DC pretty shortly now. Within about the next hour. We're not necessarily.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're looking at the DCs as we get them. We are waiting to get more time post-burn before we do a trajectory update. So we can look at.
You're waiting for what? I'm sorry.
We're waiting to get a longer data arc before we update the thermos. But we are looking at each DC separately and running return to Earth on them to look at how much delta V each DC independently shows.
When do you expect to update the ephemeris?
Let me give you a time on that standby.
Okay, Flight, could I have a quick rundown on what we're looking at at form now? We're looking at the ASA temp, we're looking at the RCS quad temps. What else are we keeping track of for him?
Did he answer that question? I'm sorry.
No, he didn't, but he's going to. Or I'm going to tell him.
Okay, we're keeping stand by just a moment.
Fred's getting up.
Out here, I caught it.
Go ahead, Fido.
Okay, you get squared away, I'll give you the...
You'll be right with you, Flight. Okay, control and tell me, Flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Okay, did you copy the Capcom question, a list of temperatures that we're going to be monitoring for them?
The crew wants a list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Quad temps, etc. You want to generate that for Capcom, please?
All right.
Right now, 12.3 M. Their analysis is based on 14, so they're just, okay, head this here.
Okay, guidance, Flight.
Go, Flight.
Okay, I guess you're all shut down right now, and your support consists of what? Thinking about the mid-course?
We're looking into the mid-course and how we're compute it and get lined up to do the mid-course flight. Part of what you said, Charlie, and then we're looking into it. We're looking into the processing here in-house.
Okay, other than that, I guess you have what? Nothing else to... That and perhaps powering up the CSM if that should be necessary to do some kind of alignment.
Right.
I assume that's being worked properly offline.
Right, we're thinking about alternate ways to do alignments and so forth.
Okay.
But no data to look at.
And I'll be standing by for a report on that in several hours.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Jack, how do you read?
Hearing you loud and clear, Fred, how many?
Okay.
Okay, I heard...
you luck out with all the good ships.
Yeah, I got all the good deals. I heard Jack briefed you on the comm mode, so you got any questions about that?
Okay.
flight control.
Go.
To answer his question about the temps, we're monitoring all the propellant temperatures except for the dips propellant. That's the only ones that are not on low bit rate.
And how's your PTC
And we're watching ASA temp and PIPA temp.
I tell you, we can't
All
CDUs.
prop temps except dips.
Right.
And what else?
ASA temp and the PIPA temp.
You are monitoring those or you are not?
We are monitoring those.
Okay, stand by.
Maybe a little higher. I'll have to wait. Now here comes the Earth by, and it looks from out the screen perspective. I'll have to wait and see the moon on the other side, eh? Forward on the
Okay, Fred, I can't hear you anymore in kind of background noise. I assume that, I think I heard Jack tell you what we're going to do about uplink squelch off. You'll take care of the antennas because we can't see your attitude. We'll give you a voice check when we come up. It'll take us 3 to 5 minutes to come up. And to make it astronaut proof, when you see the Earth, use the forward antenna. When you see the moon, use the aft one.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. Okay, I see the Earth, so I've very wisely shifted to forward.
Good boy.
Capcom. The point on the 3 to 5 minutes is that we're okay as long as we're in this good PTC, but if we should yaw off, of course, we're going to leave it. We're not going to try to correct the PTC like we have done with the CFM. And it may go into some random motions where we will lose lock and not be able to acquire it when he switches to the other Omni. So the interval between establishment may be longer, but if he should, then all of a sudden, he should see the moon at the front and go to aft Omni, it'll take 3 to 5 minutes. That's the kind of case we're talking about. The big point is for him to, to expect a delay in us getting up there, and that was the only thing we're trying to say. In control flight, I got the all the prop temps except the DILS plus the ASA, and what was the other item that we monitored temperature on?
PIPA temp. And those propellant
PIPA
temps.
temps.
PIPA temp.
Really?
We have the IMU still powered up.
You mean the instrumentation?
Yeah, the heaters. Right.
Okay. Think that'll satisfy Capcom, or do you need more detail than that? All the prop temps except the dips plus the ASA and the PIPA temps.
Okay, how about
the quad temps are included in those propellant temps, all the RCS and APS temperatures.
Okay, quad temps, prop temps, except for dips.
Right, dip propellant.
And you told me some things I didn't write down there. What kind of studies we got going on, just in brief, 1, 2, 3 type flight?
Okay, there's one group of...
really thick. Earth will be by over there in a minute.
You don't have to answer this, Capcom, but
Start over again, please.
I can't say, there's a group of people, the immediate action is there's a group of people looking at the mid-course correction. How to do it, what system to use, how to verify you've got a good alignment, etc. And included in that are, there's a whole bunch of people. Ed Mitchell's working from the crew point of view, and Jay Green, Parker, Schminkle, Pete Frank, Bill Fendel. And there's, in fact, there's probably several different people doing that simultaneously. But anyway, also there's a group thinking about the entry procedures, how and when you get the CSM brought up to speed and aligned, and etc. And they're kind of working on that, obviously, as a second order of priority. Right now, the first thing we're trying to do is to get the mid-course data squared away. And the idea is to get the things done quickly enough to be able to check them out in the simulator, because that appears to take several hours.
Jack, you still there?
Still here, Fred.
Okay, when I was upstairs just a minute ago, I noticed what appeared to be some new binning from down the service module way. I noticed it out window 1, and also saw one chunk of metal, loose metal, about 4 inches square that was tumbling around, silver in color. looked like it had come from somewhere down in the service module.
Okay, you saw some bending out window one? Go ahead.
Yeah, that's where when I happened to be looking, the lighting was set to have showed up best there, and what reminded me of it was I'm looking out the limb window now, and I see a good part of the new star field it's created for us. There's about 1,000 little sparklies out here.
Okay, so you're seeing some bending out window one, and you saw a 4-inch square piece of loose metal, which was silver, and are you still seeing the bending, or has it zeroed out now?
I don't know. I left upstairs. I'm down on the limb now, Jack. I guess Jack goes up. He can take a look and let me know.
He mentioned that it was
okay, I'll think about switching the amps here directly. I see the moon, and the moon looks pretty good, Jack. So I guess our PTC still doing pretty good.
Okay, and we won't have any com delay if PTC stays good.
Capcom, you might ask him when the last time was. He mentioned this is some new bending. He might verify that he has looked at the wind in the past and has not noticed this. I guess can we get a kind of a feel for
whether it's new or not?
If it's new, or is it just something that he just happened to be in a position to see?
The moon is getting smaller.
Good, and we want to ask you another question about the venting. Is this, would you suppose, some new venting, or is this venting that you just hadn't, that's been going on all the time, but which you hadn't looked at recently?
We're working on a camera or something that we might be able to take pictures of things that we see like this, and f-stops, etc.
I can't really say, Jack. We've been so tied up down in the limb, I guess we kind of forgot about the other half. But I've been up there several times and hadn't particularly noticed any flow by the windows before, so my first assumption was that it was some new venting. It really wasn't very heavy.
Okay, copy, thank you.
And Jack's going up to take a look now.
Okay. And for your information, all of our numbers are based on amperage usage of 14 amps. And we're using only 12.3, so we're a little fat on our analysis.
Very good. That's the way to be.
And we're in
this Aquarius has really been a winner.
Understatement of the year.
Well, that's one of several. And we want to tell you something that I told Jim earlier, and that concerns control. Right now, you have control in hard over if you need it. But when we go to some normal control mode, since we have the quad heaters off, we want to have a 15-minute notice for attitude control request. Over.
Okay, Jack, offhand, I can't imagine, since we got the platform powered down, why we need to worry about any instantaneous control. But at any rate, we need 15 minutes warm up with the heaters before we can start using thrusters.
Right, and another thing we've done is to pull your ECS and EPS display breakers, and but we've left your caution and warning powered up. So if you get ECS type or EPS caution and warning, you have to power up those meters with the display breakers. And we are watching for you, your PIPA temperatures, your ASA temp, your propellant temperatures except for the dips propellant, and we're watching your quad temps for you.
Okay, that's very good, Jack. You're watching them, that's good enough.
And everybody's fine at home in El Lago.
Great.
Okay,
span slide on flight director.
Go ahead.
I guess you copied all that about the new venting and the chunk of metal.
Negative. We've been talking entry back here, Milt. I'm sorry you didn't.
Okay, Fred was up in the upstairs in the second floor there looking at the number 1 window, and he saw something that he described as new venting out of the window, plus he saw a chunk of metal that was silver 4 inches square floating alongside. When he got back down into the limb, he said that he noticed also there was a lot of particles around, loose particles drifting around, which kind of confirmed the venting that he saw. And
Fred, your CO2 is building up. It's at 11.3 on our gauge, and we've got a medical go up to 15 millimeters, at which time we'll switch over to secondary. Looks like we've got plenty of lithium hydroxide, about 192 hours, including the CSM cartridges, and as you know, we've got a way to use those, and as soon as we get it written down in some good words, why we'll pass that along. You might be able to make one.
Okay. Yeah, we'll sure give her a try.
Okay.
And I'm showing on board about 12.5 millimeters of mercury.
Roger, and I have a flight plan update when you get a time to copy it.
Okay,
sometime,
span flight.
Along. There's no hurry.
Okay, Fred said that he couldn't really say when it started, although he did use the word new venting. However, when he thought about it a little bit, he said that he had not noticed this out of the limb windows before. So that kind of indicates that it truly did start fairly recently. Although, of course, they have not bothered to look at the command module windows lately until just yet.
Out only on the commander's side. So he saw it out the same window I did, window 1. And it's between the minus Y and minus Z axis.
Okay, and of course,
it's definitely a service module, which was my impression too.
Okay, so you're sure it's a service module, and of course the thing we're interested in knowing, is it something that is residual from before, or is it something new? And if you have any ideas about that, why we'd sure like to have them.
You might also tell him, Capcom. Capcom.
I'll ask you your question in a minute, but Big Jack's first impression here is that it's not near the intensity that it was right after our mishap, and I'd have to agree with that. I'd say he says it's half, and I'd say maybe even down to a third. And Houston, I'd like to know, do you have any impressions as to whether it's still residual from that, or maybe something new?
We'll check. We don't know, Capcom. We'll talk about that. Spans, you copy all that now?
I don't know why. I felt that. Yeah, I felt it was something new finish too.
Okay, so the question is, you got any explanation for that? Like, is the hydrogen tank venting now, something like that? You know, normal overboard. Think about that for us, and we'll tell Fred. Also, Capcom, you might tell Fred that we're thinking about, we're considering giving some camera settings and things for taking pictures of any pieces that he sees out of the window, if he thinks that this is a practical task for him to do. And if he already has one unstowed, he might tell us which one it is, and we'll work on those f-stops.
And Fredo, if you think it's practical, we're ready to give you some, or we're working on some camera settings for pictures of the venting. And if you have a camera out and ready to go, let us know which one it is, so we can get settings for that camera. What do you think about that?
Okay, Jack's got one with a 250 millimeter lens on it, that's standard EL, and I have a surface camera out that I've been shooting hundreds of Earth Moon pictures with, camera 1, and we also have the Roseau upstairs that's pretty handy. The command module, VC camera.
Okay, and I copy the...
Take your choice on those.
I copy the 250 millimeter. The Rizzo is available, but I didn't get what other one is.
Okay, I got my Hasselblad surface camera down on a limb here, handy too, camera 1.
Copy, Brian.
Okay, we got that, Capcom.
Okay, he's got the 250 millimeter. He's got the surface camera number 1, and the Rizzo is available up in the command line.
Yeah, we got that, thank you. We're working on that.
And Flight, you were telling me what we're working on. We got mid-course and entry. Anything else?
Those are the two major things. And we got some other things that we're going to brief about right here now. GNC flight.
Go ahead, Flight.
Okay, now one of the things that people were talking about was the heaters in the CSM, IMU heaters in the CSM. At one time we thought we needed to put those on so that we would still have PIPAs. And that at some time back they said that we didn't need to do that right away. I'd like to get a better story on that if people are saying that we'd go now to 142 hours or what.
We'll get you one.
Okay, and I don't know what else that you have to work on other than, of course, you fit into the entry timeline, but I don't think you should be thinking too much about that since you're going to be, well, as you wish, but anyway.
Yeah, I think we will work that flight tonight.
I guess you don't have too much else to do since you're